Greetings, everybody. Hello and welcome. This is the War Division's Final Fantasy Brave EXVIUS Championship 2023, the Wezette Cup. My name is Justin. I'm for the title, and of course, we have the always lovely Auronnj with us to do his legendary shoutcast.
Hello, I'd like to point out that my tie today is the same color as Justin's hoodie. So we have coordinated our outfits today perfectly.
Indeed, it looks very nice. That was not intentional for anybody wondering. But anyway,
They didn't have to know that.
we keep it
Okay.
honest here on
Fair.
anyway, so I apologize for the little bit of delay that we had. I had to get all the streams up and running. We're trying to broadcast to multiple platforms, trying to get it. Anyway, so greetings to everybody out there that is watching. This is our second North American qualifier championship that we've had. This one is an auto battle. Brazil, Canada, Ecuador, Mexico, the US, North America, South America in general, and the rest of the world if you're in. Odd time for you. Anyway, we have a lot of great things to get through. We've had some PvP action going on so far, so this stream is going to be starting from the quarterfinal. I think 8 people. Yep. Yes, 8 people.
Yes, 8 remaining. Yeah, 8 remaining players, right?
And we'll be going through that all the way into the finals, and then we crown the grand champion here of the Wezette Cup. So let's get right into slides here so we can go over some information briefly. So first up here, I have the War Division's Championship 2023. It is an official PvP championship, going to be held all year, including with the World Finals in December 2000. And the regional qualifiers that are coming up very soon alternate or the regional qualifiers are happening right now, alternating from auto and manual battle modes in the time zones that are friendly throughout the world. So this does not mean that you can only register in Biden. All players that meet the requirements will be participate in all the qualifiers. And moving on here. All right. If I'm a little bit quiet, I apologize. Try and turn myself. All right. Hopefully that's a bit better. All right. Anyway, moving on here. Oh, my audio is cutting out.
You want me to just take over for a minute, Justin? Take over?
Yeah, if you could just give me 1 second.
Yeah, no problem. So what you guys see on the screen right now is the roadmap with the auto battles in red and the manual battles in blue. It is August 19th today. So that's the Wezette Cup. That's what you see on the screen. The first and second place winners of each auto battle and the first place winner only of each manual battle, I've messed that up in the past, will have a spot to play in the World Finals in December. This month, Auto Battle Wezette Cup is the second qualifier for North and South American time zones. Next month's manual battle, Ovis Cup, will be our second European time zone qualifier. So going back to Europe for another qualifier there. Here are the detailed dates, including the registration periods. As you can see, oh wait, I got ahead of the screens. So note that the next week is the last one for Europe, and then here we go. Okay, here are the detailed dates, including the registration periods. As you can see, the registration for Ovis Cup has started today, and the tournament will be held on September the 16th. Please note, all content is subject to change without notice. All right, next slide. See, if you guys have never run something like this before, usually Justin is talking and running the slides. So now we're going to try and coordinate this. Here we go. And for the prizes for the World Finals, that's what you see on the screen here. Top 3 winners, trophy, in-game title, and Discord title. So everybody's getting that. Third place winner, 25,000 Visior. Runner-up will receive 50,000 Visior, and the champion will receive 100,000 Visior and a quest featuring the champions party in game. So if you make it to the championship and you win with a team comp that is like Eileen, MR Mont, and Surges, well, then that's going to make it to that'll make it into the game. But I doubt that comp makes it in. For the latest information, don't forget to join the official PvP Discord server, where you will be able to find in the link below. So yeah, join the official server, guys. It's a great place to hang out. If you ever play in these tournaments, that's where we run everything. Now, this is where Justin says, so what do you think, Orange? And I talk about the championships in general. So here we go. I will say that today is going to be an auto tournament. Hey, look, we're back. Today's going to be an auto tournament. Those are definitely my comfort zone. But one thing I have gained a new appreciation for, and I mentioned this last live stream, manual battle in War of the Visions is really, really fun. I have gained a brand new appreciation for that. I've even tried it a few times recently myself. It's it takes a little bit more time. You have to be a little bit more engaged, but you become an instantly better player when you do that. And I even noticed I was playing through Earth Selection Quest earlier today, and I noticed that the skills directly translate. Like, wait, how far away can I be to cast this spell while being out of aggro range of this mob? And those are the kind of things you think about in manual play. Whereas in auto, you're like, all right, Bradley, go put haste on yourself, raise your CT, and slap everybody to death 3 times. And that's my preferred way of playing, but you know, it is what it is. Okay, Justin, is your audio good?
Hopefully it is. Can you hear me? Do I sound okay?
I hear you just fine.
Okay. Yeah, it's interesting that you would hear me just fine, but the stream would not.
But we had there was a little hiccup beforehand. Maybe the maybe California's internet is just.
Who knows? You know, we're getting hit with a hurricane here. I don't know.
Hurricane, yep.
Anyway, so let me know in chat if it's better. We got a lot to get through here, so we're just gonna keep on moving. So you covered up through the Visior.
Yep.
So next we're gonna jump right into the prizes and gifts here. So first up, everybody, or the first place winner from the Wezette Cup is going to receive this amazing trophy here. This is, I think, maybe the 5th one that we have. It's hard to keep up with all of them.
Sounds right.
But everybody's going to get an in-game title that participates today. We've had 32 people. So there's going to be the first place winner that gets Achiever of Glory. Second place winner that's going to get I almost combined 2 words there. Those Who Strive for Glory 2023. And then finally, Throne Seeker 2023. All right. Maybe it's a little bit better. It's hard to tell. But moving on here, so we wanted to cover the map a bit. So these are the match rules that we're going to be watching today during the tournament. We've got a single elimination tournament, and it's going to be auto only. And the speed is going to be 1.5 times, partly for Auronnj because the 2 times is hard to keep up with.
Yes.
Initial placement is going to be allowed. No changes to the formations or composition or everything after the players have loaded in. The referees are checking that. We've got a unit cost of 240, and the quarterfinal, semifinals are going to be best of 3, and the finals are going to be best of 5. And this is going to be happening on the Snowy Mountains 2 map out there in Wezette land. Very snowy, very hilly, so we're going to get some interesting matches here today. We do have a bit of a code of conduct here, so allow me to run through that just so you guys are familiar with it. So, to ensure fair and safe environment, we request that players respect the rules of the game and do not cheat or exploit any unintended advantages. All matches are being recorded and judged. If any instances of unfair gameplay are discovered, one or more of the following penalty measures will be applied. There will be a warning, forfeiture of the prize title, disqualification from the tournament, and or suspension or ban from competitive play. And next up here, we've got a part 2. So purposely attempting to crash the game after a match is strictly prohibited. If behavior from a player is identified, they will be considered disqualified. Player may also be barred from entering any future official tournaments if they have been determined to be acting in bad faith by the management staff. If there's any reason to suspect misconduct, the management staff may return to the log for review after the tournament. If misconduct by a player is identified, they will be penalized as stated in the rules. Right. And a couple more things here. So next up, I know we saw some discussion about this beforehand. But we are going to be doing guess the most used units. This little campaign is going to be running during this broadcast. So you're going to have to guess the units that will be used most during the Wezette Cup and receive in-game rewards for doing so. As you can see, if you guess the 3rd most used unit, you're going to get 100 scrolls of vicissitude. And if you guess all 5, you're going to get 300 scrolls of vicissitude. So there is a form that you're going to be able to fill out. It's there in the YouTube chat for War of the Visions. We're on 2 YouTubes today, but it's there for War of the Visions. You can find it in the description if you're on the Square Enix YouTube account. I would probably hold off on putting your your predictions in until you've seen maybe a couple of the matches, but this is only going to be open for 30 minutes into the live stream. Maybe a little extra due to running late and due to some issues. But anyway, so the third most used unit is Scroll of Vicissitude, and if you guess all 5, like I mentioned, you're going to get 300 Scrolls of Vicissitude. And they must be in the correct order as well. And only units that are being used during the live stream will be counted. So take notes while you can.
Oh man, okay, good, because I know there was a lot of Eileen play earlier in the day, and but I don't know that they made it to the live stream. So good.
Was there actually? Because I did not hear that.
I have no idea. Probably not. That's probably not
true.
I just like to dream.
Yes. But if you do guess correctly, the rewards will be sent out on September 6th. So look forward to that. And Auronnj and I actually made our own predictions. So let me take a look. I believe there's actually some information on the Discord. If you want to go check out the Discord, you can get some additional information and be able to make a more educated guess into what you think is going to happen, since you're not going to be able to see the entire broadcast before the forum closes. Anyway, here's my prediction. I did not do this based on any science. And I did mine after Auronnj's. I waited until Auronnj did his predictions first, and then I did mine after. I'll show you his in a second. But based off previous tournaments and what's happening, I thought maybe Sephiroth, Little Leela, Lemire, Bartz, and Starlight Elena.
There's definitely some overlap between ours. Definitely.
Well, I figured Bartz might see some play because a lot of players consider him very strong. He was first free 100 cost unit. I know some people might say, actually, but it's true. Anyway, let's take a look at Auronnj's prediction.
I mean, Thancred doesn't count. Okay, anyway. All right. So mine, I'm pretty sure I had lost to Alaya in Guild Wars earlier that day, so she became number 5 on my list. Like, I think when you asked me, she had just done me dirty, and so I just threw her on there. But the rest of them, I went with the 100 cost units. I think a good formula for this kind of thing can be 200s and a 40 if you're going cost limit 240. So I went with some popular 100 cost units right there for mine.
Yes, but okay, I could see that.
Yeah.
You can't make a team based off of your prediction.
No.
That's okay.
but that's not the goal. The goal is guess the most used units. Yes. I think, yeah, right. If I had to guess the most used team comp, well, then I'm failing already. But we'll see.
We'll see. It'll be interesting for you. It's always, these auto battle tournaments are usually about 2 months apart, so the game changes pretty significantly, and then. All right. So moving on here, we've got the viewer rewards. So these totals are going to be from August 19th, which is actually the end of this, until August 29th. So be sure to share the stream or the VOD to your friends, family members, everybody else. Will tally up the amount of views that we get across all channels. And if we hit 8, 10, and 13,000 views on them, you can see the rewards that we have up for grabs. So these rewards are going to be sent out on September 15th.
Cool.
All right, I'm getting a note here.
Oh, breaking news.
I'm just going to scale back here real quick to this. So you need to guess the top 5 units from 1 to 5, not 5 to 1. Okay, so that's the note that I'm getting here. You need to guess the top 5 units 1 to 5, not 5 to 1. So be sure to check out the form and make sure that you're filling it out correctly. Hopefully that's clear. All right, perfect. So just be sure to read the script, or read the form there, so you're filling it out correctly, because there's no do-overs. All right, and next up here, we've already hit our milestones, or 2 of the milestones here for our Discord server.
Yes.
And the rewards have already been sent out for the first 2 milestones. So we've got our 5th milestone here, which I think we're getting kind of close to. So be sure to join the Discord. If you have not joined the Discord, the official War of the Visions PvP Championship Discord has all the information that you need to become a PvP master, where all the coordination happens for the live stream tournaments, where you need to sign up in order to participate in one of the future tournaments. So if you're interested in that, you need to be on the Discord. Also, a lot of discussions and things going on there. So be sure to check that out. Pull out your phone, scan the QR code, and jump on in. Hopefully, we can hit 5,000 members very soon. I know a lot of people are very, very, very anxious for 3 Visogenic antlers for UR. All right. And next up here, we've got a little something with Auronnj. This was teased out a little bit. I did some previous interviews with some past PvP participants. But we've got Auto Battle PvP Consultation coming up on August 26th at 6 p.m. Pacific time on Auronnj's YouTube channel.
Next Saturday. Yeah.
Yes.
Notice it's not manual PvP consultation because I'm not trying to make people worse at the game. It's auto PvP. So I think I have a couple things to say. It should be really fun. I'm really looking forward to doing it, hanging out with some players, getting some people on stream, and playing around.
Awesome. Yeah, you actually have a chance to sort of appear on his live stream. You can be one of 5 people that are chosen to receive some personal consultation. Consultation
is the official word.
Yes. But you can be in the Discord as well, or be in the live stream while the stream is going on. You can ask questions, and if Auronnj gets to him, he gets to him. But I'm sure he's going to be busy trying to be a consultant.
Yes, official consultant. I will be watching the Discord chat, though. We're going to be running all chat through Discord that night, just to, instead of having Twitch, Discord, YouTube, all that open, we're going to just run it all through the Discord. So if you want to get your thoughts heard, jump into the Discord. And if you join the Discord, it'll help us get those Visogenetic antlers as well. So win, 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 win.
Yep. So the form, you should be able to grab the form. I believe it's in the description of the various YouTubes and Twitch. So scroll down, click on that, and you can fill out the form. So thank you very much, Auronnj, for doing that. That sounds very exciting.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's going to be great.
So we're moving on in. We're closing on in on the tournament here. But we have the bracket. We want to go over the bracket. So this was released on the Discord previously, so you could see who was participating. Some familiar faces, I'm sure, if you are part of the PvP scene, especially in North America. So let's take a look. This is the full bracket, and there's 32 people here, and 16 of them. Wait, hold on, that's not right. 24 of them have been eliminated. So we're looking at the top 8, and you may be asking, what does that look like? Well, it looks like this. So we're going to be
a lot of these names are familiar, like very familiar names.
Yes, they are. So we're going to be jumping into Jeff B and Rufio at the beginning. I believe they're getting that ready, getting it set up. So we'll be jumping into that shortly.
Yeah. Right. Do we have the usual player slides coming up next?
Yeah,
I always like breaking those down.
Not yet.
Not that.
I'm not sure.
Not yet though. I'm ahead of the
I don't
game.
think that. Yes, I don't think they've quite set up the room or anything. So I'm not sure what step in the process there is. We've got to verify that everybody is using the right units. I believe the map might have the cost restriction built in, but either way, the cost restriction has to be verified. No stats changing. That sort of. Auronnj has done this a trillion times. He knows how it goes.
So yeah, with a 240 cost limit, basically what you're looking at is you can play any 2 UR units you want if you're playing an SR unit or cheaper as your third. Now, if you get 240, you could play 80s, a mix of 80 and 70 cost units. But if you're looking for those premium 100 cost units, you could run 2 of those and an SR unit at 40 cost, or Slime, or Zazon, something like that, if you really wanted to mix it up. That's definitely one of the reasons why, if I was really trying to win those top 5 unit pick thing, that's tough, by the way. That's tough sledding, getting all 5 of them in a row. If I would have Leela on there. She is a great SR unit. I definitely think one of the top 5 units played will probably be an SR. We've seen a lot of Naya in the past. Now, in autoplay, she's trickier. Her AI is not as, let's say, efficient as maybe somebody like Little Leela. But don't forget, too, big man himself, Balo, just had his quest. His Transcendence was really good. He's got a cell phone now, and he's only one of only two units in War of the Visions with a cell phone. So that's a thing. We could see some Balo. King Bradley, Balo, something else, Queen Macherie, Oberon, maybe double tank it with like a Dialdo, something like that. That could be really good. Looking at the rest of the SR units, Valade is very strong, really good buffing unit. You could see some of that. Phoebe for like Quicken, stuff like that. You know, Phoebe's got those time mage. And okay, I'm having a brain. I'm blanking right now. The only rule was 240 cost limit,
Yeah,
auto
that's it.
1.5. So Quicken is in. If you could set Phoebe up to, you know, hit some Quickens on your Starlight Elenas, something like that. Okay, let's look at Jeff. Let's look at our guy Jeff here. Here we go. This is where I spend way too much time breaking down a picture. So Jeff is from the USA. Favorite character Jaden, went with the picture Jaden, and a very simple shout out just says, "Hey everyone." That's the kind of message I can get behind. So Jeff, hi back to you. Good luck today. And favorite character Jaden, good unit to maybe hit some Quickens from a Phoebe. So maybe we see some light element teams with like a Phoebe, Jaden, tank, Phoebe, Jaden, Starlight, Elena, something like that. Maybe we see a little bit of that action early on.
All right, next up we have Rufio.
Rufio. Now, first of all, Rufio makes me think of a movie that I can't remember the name of the title, but it's like a Robin Williams movie from back in the day. Anyway, from the USA, favorite character is Sottily, but uses the picture of Jiza. Now, Jiza, obviously famous for the bells. I doubt we see Jiza in the fights tonight, though. Sottily definitely could be in the fights. Keep in mind, wind is an element that just got two massive transcendence buffs. Sottily being one of those, and Flagbearer Glassy being the other. So wind is very relevant right now. And with how prevalent Earth is, you could very well see some wind teams out here to try and catch a Bradley off guard. Although, I mean, let's be real. We've all seen Bradley chop his way through some wind teams in the past. So this will be your ultimate in. There's your message shout out right there from Rufio.
All right, perfect. I've actually joined the room here. So
let's do it.
We're going to be jumping in very soon. Very.
Okay, before we see it, my prediction is light versus wind. We'll just stick with the favorites. Light versus wind's my prediction here. If not, maybe light versus light. Light versus light. We'll just get a light for Jeff. And Miranda, sweetheart Miranda. Okay, you love to see that. And then Rufio with the Valade. So I did mention Valade earlier. Very good buffer. Good support unit for maybe like a mono ice team. And everybody made fun of my Elia pick on my 5 units. Watch there be Elia straight out the gate. And I'm like right away making good picks out there. Let's see. Nope, it's going to be a punching team with Valade, Elia, and Perrine versus a light team. There's your Barts though, Justin. You nailed the Barts. Barts, Valentine's Day Miranda, and Engelbert as a tank. So full UR team versus a WR Valade team. The WR Valade team, I believe, is under the cost limit too. So that's interesting, but still going with Valade. Just feeling like for cost limited options, that's the best you got. Now, one of the great quality of life features we've gotten lately has been the addition to C, area of effect resist in like the formation screen. Note one thing about both Bart's and Miranda. They both bring AoE resist buffs to the group. Now, Bart's is actually a 4-turn buff, so I think it's a little bit superior to Miranda's, although hers also gives her buff. Okay, well, wait a second. Hold on. Wait. Perrine just walked up to Bart's and punched him for wait. He just got punched by both UR units on Rufio's team, and Bart's is just standing there like he's the main character in War of the Visions. Like he doesn't. Maybe he needs to remember he's not in his own game right now. He is teeing off. He did way more damage to those two than those two did to him. Now, here comes the Vitalizer buff. Little resistance buff right there, but not light resist. So the resistance buff not going to be as effective versus this light team. And then the heal for Miranda going to get Bart's. Oh, wait a second. Perrine decided she was sick of this nonsense. And Perrine just put Bart's down. What just happened? He went from being unkillable to being destroyed right there. So Bart's out, and now Edward in, going for Miranda and Engelbert. He hits them both, debuffing them. Miranda, now that she's in range, will look to do damage instead of heal. Chunks both units out, but Perrine has that self-heal, so she will top back off. Blade's going to move in, look to do a little bit more supporting. Akira comes across. And this strike team, which was looking very down in the dumps early, has definitely acquired a lead on the back of Perrine's fist. Okay, Edward's up next. He's looking, he's got Engelbert in his sights, full metal fist, 4,700 damage. That's pretty good. Engelbert down to about 50%. Miranda's going to get another try. She's going to break out the limit break right here. Somebody gave this girl flowers for Valentine's Day and there was a sword inside. So that's not great for Ed. He's going to get some heart emojis and get cut in half. He goes down. Miranda, 25 AP left. That's something she's got to watch out for. Even though she is a magic scaling unit, she does not have that like mage level of starting AP. So she can run out. Blade moves up. We're going to get a Curata on Perrine. Definite star of this match so far is Perrine. Die 1,000 deaths. Oh my gosh. This move, she just hit Engelbert for 12,000 damage. Engelbert is very, very dead. Miranda, 25 AP left. Crescent Spirit Break, 6860. It's good damage. She's done enough damage to have killed Perrine multiple times. But Valade has been there. Valade is just keeping her in this match. Now he's no, he is in range. Curata coming through again. 5809 on the heel there. Miranda with only 1 AP left won't even get the attack off. She's preemptively counterattacked, goes down. Jeff picks up the win in the first match. GG Jeff. And that Miranda was looking good, but the heels. She just hit. You love Perrine, yeah.
Yeah.
You're a water guy too, Justin. You're a water player.
That's true. Yep. You know,
oh,
I was curious to see. I was thinking about Ferris recently, and
yeah,
she has a very interesting mechanic with her ability. So I was curious to see if we would see that in the tournament at all.
You know, I think Ferris is not to spoil anything, but I think Ferris is really waiting for Summer to really show up in a big way. Not that Summer is not a fit.
I don't know what that means. I have no idea.
Yeah, me neither. I don't know either. But Ferris is. Perrine is also water, yes. And Ferris works really well with Perrine. That Ferris's ability to heal while also doing damage is very good. I think people Ferris got a little bit of a bad rep when she came out, and I think that's completely unfair. She is somebody on my account that I built up quickly, threw a good trust stone set on her, and she has been very strong. So,
also got a lot of shards for her somehow. I don't know how.
Yeah, it's magic.
One thing I was gonna say, I was doing my class matches or class pick or
quick pick.
And last time I did it, I only ran Evade Slime. I got a couple wins. But this time, I got of my 5 matches today, I did get 1 win. I was running Evade Slime and Aerith and Ayaka, and I ended up clutching a win.
I'm more confused than I ever. Justin, you need to come to my PvP consultation.
No, trust me, it worked once. That's all I needed it. I was just happy that I won
1 out of 5 ain't bad. 20%. If you're playing baseball, you like might get called from AAA. Nah, you like maybe yeah. It's not even good in baseball, but okay. GG Jeff. All right, so I want to do a little math right here.
Okay.
So we saw Valade. Valade
are you doing
cost limited
math? Okay, never mind.
So Valade is a cost 40 unit. Miranda is not 100 cost. Miranda is she a 90 or an 80? Because Bart's is 100. We know that.
Right.
Miranda's a 70.
70 plus 70 plus 100 is 240. So he was right at the limit.
No, because he's using Valade.
Oh, sorry.
No.
Miranda was on the other team.
Oh, you're right. Engelbert. I'm making a whole new team that's only like cost 190 out of nothing right there. So yeah, I got confused. Okay, so the Valade team, that's the team that I thought was under the cost. So Valade was running with Perrine, who is a cost 100 unit, right? Warrior the Crystal unit, cost 100. Mm-hmm. And then she was running with Ed. Edward. Got to try and look him up right here. I believe he's 80, 90.
Is he 90?
He's 90 cost. Okay. So just 10 under the cost limit right there. Really not sacrificing too much. Yeah, you could go 100, 140, or you could go 190, 40 and still have a little wiggle room. I wouldn't be surprised to see some of those really strong MR50 costs today either. Okay, Jeff might be running it back. He brings out the Miranda again, And Rufio, Rufio has changed it up. That is 5,500 magic for Rufio. That is definitely a different team because Perrine and Ed are not rolling in with 3K magic on them. So I wonder what we'll get here. Maybe it's like a really spicy, like Medina. Mediana. Yeah. You know, if you guys watching could have been here before we went live, Justin has been very helpful with my pronunciation of things today. Huh? It was a Japanese word that I was not saying appropriately, I guess.
You were doing fine.
I was about 1 out of 5. Okay, here we go. So we're going to get the run back here from Jeff. Swift and Fortified, the agility magic buff coming out there from Miranda. Boko's protection, that's that AoE resist buff with the physical shield for Bartz. And then here we go, Addison Rae, Kafka coming out. Excellent. So we get to see the clown and Addison Rae early. Addison has shown up.
It's not Kafka.
It's Kafka. What? Don't even start me on this. The clown, I'm just calling him the Final Fantasy clown. He's here. He showed up. He's laughing at people. Kefka's here. All right, Kefka. We're going to get a little ice bra. Okay, you know what? You want you just take over. I'm just kidding. I'm going to take back over.
I can't. Okay, don't do that to me.
No, that's what I was talking about last time right there, though. One thing I will say about what Jeff did differently here is he got the AoE resist buff from Bartz onto Engelbert and then allowed Miranda to give herself her own buff, and then Bartz one-shot Addison Rae. One thing that Jeff's team kind of couldn't quite do last time was that one-shot. Well, Bartz just put Addison down. So that's going to be really useful right there. Get her out of there. She's not giving everybody courage. She's not doing all that damage. That will help a lot. Now, Vlade's going to step forward. He's going to go for the full life. Addison Rae back in the fight. And now everybody at 100% HP for a moment. Double arc slasher, though, that will take Addison Rae down again. And she's just getting picked on. That's her second time dying in this match. Bart's going to go Relentless Stance. That's the courage with AP Restore online. Now here comes Kefka. He's going to look for some of those really annoying Kefka status effects. He's going to go Light of Judgment plus big damage debuff attached to that one. So no status effects, but a nice little bit of debuffing. It's the Engelbert Limit Break. Circa 2001. People, oh man, you don't see that very often. He hits Vlade pretty hard, but man, yeah, you just don't see that very much. I'm surprised. I usually think that's turned off. Raise this time. Okay, wait, Addison, guys, come on. Vlade, don't do her like this. She's died twice already. Vlade, courage popped. He's still in there. He props his self-heal. He's back to about full HP. Addison's going to get a turn, so she's going to get to do some damage. The Addison Rae comes out from Addison Rae, and Engelbert gets down to about 30% HP. Then everybody's grouped up for Bartz, and that's a double kill. Addison has died 3 times in this match. Vlade has died twice, and now Kefka's going to go Light of Judgment again. Big damage. Engelbert's hanging on by a courage. Bartz is low. Enhancing Blade comes out. Kefka goes down. Jeff almost. Hold on, wait. Kefka with the turnaround right here, the 1v3. I kind of doubt it. Like, Miranda's pretty far away and has a lot of AP left. He's just going to tap Engelbert in the back, at least get that 1 kill before he walks away. Now, if Bartz for some reason doesn't kill him right here, he does. Kefka goes down. Jeff picks up the win. We're going to game 3 in our first best of 5 today. GG.
Yep. We're 1-1.
Yep.
I think at the end of the last one, you said Jeff won, but it was Rufio.
Yeah, Rufio won the last one. Yes. I'm sorry. I probably did misspeak. Yep.
So yeah, we're at 1-1. It's best of 3, so the victor is going to be determined after the next round here. Oh yeah, pretty interesting match. I love seeing Addison Rae.
Oh, me too. That was nice. And she even used her move. She used the Addison Rae. It's fun to shoutcast that. You know, anything that gives a little tongue in cheek to the shoutcasters, anything that gives you a little more to talk about is wonderful. Engelbert was an interesting pick, but again, Engelbert only costs 70, makes a lot of comps work with him. And Engelbert, man, you want to talk about a unit that has withstood the test of time. There have not been many better than him.
They did very well. Obviously, they won here. But they went full magic on that team. Engelbert is very susceptible to magic. So,
yeah.
He's like at a negative 30, I think, or something like that.
Yeah, but notice he still didn't, like, he took enough hits.
Yeah,
he
he
wasn't
did very
out there
well.
doing Engelbert things, but he still was, it was enough. Yeah, Engelbert, with his dream reincarnation and everything, is still at minus 30%
A lot.
magic resist. It's not great.
You can help it a
But-
lot these days, but back in the day, he was
Yeah.
basically one tap by any magic, in
Right.
my opinion. So that
Well, and, like-
therefore, I never leveled him.
Oh, really? Never.
Never.
Man, Engelbert was the tank, the meta tank for so long.
Yeah.
But you give him that, I think what kept him alive is a lot of magic is AoE. In fact, there's most magic. I don't know. I feel pretty safe saying most magic is AoE. And then Boku's Protection, which I believe is the name of Bartz's AoE buff, is a 4-turn 20% AoE resist buff. So you mix in some vision cards, some gear, something like that onto an Engelbert. Doesn't matter if he's negative magic resist, if he's negating 50% of the damage right off the top from the AoE resist. That is definitely a way to help keep him alive.
Speaking of vision cards, when I was setting
Okay.
up my 5D chess team earlier, I could not find a single job card that I had that Aerith was on.
None. She's on no cards.
She's probably on a few of them, but I was trying to match. Well, Slime's on all of them, and
Yes.
Aerith and Ayaka. Ayaka was on a few of them, but I could not find any overlap at all. So I just sort of went like, I don't think Aerith was on any of the ones.
What job classification does Aerith fall under?
I don't
I
have
will-
every card,
That's fair.
but
Wait,
It was
I mean, you don't just, but you're Justin. You don't just get everything for free?
no, of course not. Although I
let's-
basically got Raph for free. I got her with the free tickets. I don't think that's
Oh,
ever happened
nice.
before.
You know, have you ever pulled a unit or vision card and then you get the free tickets later in the week and you get a gold book and you're like, no.
I
Honestly-
usually have skip on for the tickets because there's like a 99.999% chance that.
Yeah. Yep.
So, all right.
Okay.
Jumping into match 3 here.
All right, here we go. Oh, and it's, you know what? It's
called
not a pure run back, but Rufio definitely going back. This is probably the strike team, right? It's probably the Perrine
It
and
worked the
strike team
first
here.
time.
It did. And Jeff seems pretty committed to this Miranda squad over here. I wonder, and we know Miranda's not Jeff's favorite character because we just read his little profile card, but you could switch up your movement again. I thought Jeff's team had much better movement in the second match than the first match. So maybe mix that back in. Although, you know what? Perrine, a lot of single target attacks from Perrine. A lot of single target DPS in there. Those AoE resist buffs are not going to help you against her. Now, I did look it up, by the way, Justin. And it's pretty obvious. Aerith's weapon group is staff, black mage, etc. You know, so we probably should have known that. I do want to, in between matches here, we're going to do a little research, figure out what vision cards Justin doesn't have. Right now, we're just waiting for Jeff and
Not a
Rufio
lot.
to hit that start button.
So I might be a little bit weirder than everybody else. I know a lot of people love pulling units, but I think in the long term, vision cards I've always felt like have been more useful for me. So, and it's, you know, most of the time 10,000 Visior to get a vision card that I'll probably use at some point in the future. There's been a lot of units that I have basically pulled, leveled, used them a time or two, never really to think about them again. Maybe when they get their MA2, maybe, you know, back in the day, or maybe when they get 40. But vision cards I feel like have always been persistent, even with the job ones. But anyway, we're getting hot into the action.
And Ed's about to go down, I think. Bloodsword. Yeah, Bloodsword. Ed gets popped. So initial placement was a big deal this time because last match, if you remember match 1 when these two teams fought each other, initial placement. Oh, that's really unlucky too. Valade's full life whiffs on Ed. That's going to put Perrine in a tough spot. Now, she basically killed this whole team by herself last time. So we'll see if she can do it this time with Valade backing her up. He does still have Raze in his pocket. So maybe it's one of those things where full life misses, but regular raise ends up landing. We'll have to see. Enhancing Blade's going to come out from Miranda. She's down to a very low AP now. Oh, man, that's not great for Valade. He's going to go down. Bart's with his second kill of the match. All of a sudden, it's Perrine versus 3 without a Valade to back her up. It's looking like Jeff probably has this in the bag. The preemptive counter, not quite enough to tank Engelbert down. Retribution Drain hits her for all of her health. Vortex Kick's going to follow that up. It does take down Bart's, so she does have that going for her. Miranda's also out of AP, so she's just going to be channeling a spell. However, that spell is a heal for Engelbert. Engelbert will get lapped, but Perrine's out of AP, so 5,700 damage with just the auto attack. That's big, but just not quite big enough. Now, Engelbert's standing there. He's got his ribbons flowing from his armor, big shield equipped, blood sword in his hand.
There's only one unit, one thing to do. Come on.
Yeah, like, take him down, Engelbert. Is he going to summon for it? He's going to go Retribution Drain, 4702. Perrine goes down, Jeff wins, and Jeff will move on to the semifinals. GG. Way to go, Jeff. Drop match 1, get the reverse sweep.
Yeah. That was awesome. Very well done. Kind of sad that the Perrine team didn't work, but they were really out of the gate on that Ed.
Yeah, Ed just got really he got real aggressive right there. Real aggressive. I mean, definitely, like, I think it's one thing to look on like a team builder or something like that, or you're in your team builder and you're putting a team together and you're like, man, this vision card works so good with these units and everything seems great. But you really got to think about, like, how many turns do your units need before they fight? Some units need 0. Some units are just ready to rock. Some units want 1. Some units want 2. You probably aren't going to get 3. But you want to think about that. It looks like Ed needed at least 1. Ed needed at least 1. And then, and to be honest, too, Valade's full life missing. I don't know what the faith value was on that Ed. I'm guessing it was probably around 50. Yeah. So it's not a guaranteed thing at 50 faith that full life is going to land, although you have a good chance of it landing. So, yep, unlucky.
So let's take a look at our next players, which are... Well, I think it's going to be, let me see. Hiso versus Cloud.
Okay, so 2 names I definitely know, Hiso and Cloud. All right. So now Hiso, I had the pleasure of talking to Hiso at the Fan Fest, so looking forward to casting this match here. From the USA, favorite character, Stern Wing of Destiny. Shout out to Visipor, community, family, and friends. Love you guys. So yeah, Visipor, very famous guild over here on the global version of the game. And Hiso, a member of that community. And he's facing Cloud today. Stern Wing of Destiny, favorite character, and picture. So there we go. We got that synergy going on here. Yeah, I like the synergy. I like it when they do that. I like the synergy.
Oh, so you may not have noticed that they did actually change.
They did change. The words did anyway. So Cloud comes in, country from Canada. So we got a Canadian player today. Favorite character, Cloud Strife, but pictured Wing Stern. Survival can be a matter of luck or skill, and you can't rely on luck from Cloud Strife. There we go. So we got an actual quote this time.
Well, we had a quote. We had a quote on the last one. I think it was from the game, right?
Yes, it was. But this one is this one gives shout out to the author of the quote. This was.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it's more like formally done, I guess. I don't know. It's easier for me to tell this one.
The sources are cited.
Yes, good. I won't take points off. Okay, so while we're waiting
for the room number right now. Yes.
Yep. Okay, I looked it up, Justin. Here you go. Here's the list of vision cards that you must not have.
Okay, a whole list.
Okay. Abyssal Horde Greater Demon. Brand new one.
Okay, I don't have that. I've been thinking about it, but I don't have it.
Okay. Minotaur.
I knew you were going to say that one. I don't have that one either.
Okay. Whiskered Thunderfang's Master Coral. So new Coral,
I actually
not
do
MR
have that one. I do have that one. I just don't have it leveled up. So I was only looking at my knight.
Oh, okay. So that one would have given you single target resist, magic resist, reaction block for your
Is
group.
Ayaka on that one?
Is Ayaka under the same?
If she's on that card, then 100% I'm gonna run it in in class match quick pick tomorrow. So
Okay,
watch out.
let me tell you. Hold on. I don't think she is, but I will look it up. So Ayaka's group is, yes, Ayaka's on that. Ayaka's also staff black mage. Yeah.
I think we
So
just found
Ayaka-
the dream team.
You just found your card. Okay, there's more though. Meetings in the Moonlight. That's the Dwayne Leela the Bold card.
Oh, I do have that one actually, but it's also only at 85.
And it, by the way, it would make 0 sense for your team. It's a human killer physical card.
Well,
So-
I mean, I do have slime mostly magic. Well,
Okay.
yeah.
But it does give 20 AoE resist. So
Okay.
you have the AoE single target resist combo there if you want to make physical damage slime or something. In order to change the world, which is Hio's card.
Also, yeah. I think I do have it because I did use it in the trials, but also not.
Okay. Yuffie's card from FF7.
Yeah, I actually have that one in the party. I was
Okay,
like,
so you
this is
got
like
that
the
one.
only one that sort of
Yeah.
makes sense that both of them are on. So
There's still more. We're not done. We got Beyond the Flames. It's the Frederica Engelbert card. Do you know what I'm talking about? The picture on the card is Fred Engelbert. I think Urel's on there too. Somebody else is on there. I think it's Urel.
that might have been one of those where I was like, I don't really have it at the
It's another human killer physical card, so it wouldn't really make sense. And then Halloween Lucia's card.
Okay.
Nightmare Before
I've mentioned
Halloween.
this before on this live stream, but I really super regret not finishing that card when it was available.
It is great.
And I was like, oh, maybe it'll come back sometime. Because we've had like Halloween reruns in the middle of the year.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, I'll just wait for it then, and then it never came back.
Ooh.
So every time we have like a limited guild battle, and like the whole wall is Lucia's with that card.
Yep. Yep. Because Halloween Lucia is a 120 cost unit at a 70 cost price tag.
Yeah.
Yeah, that card is Magic Human Killer, Strike Resist, Single Target Resist. Like, what a wow.
Magic Human Killer. I did see a meteor in my.
Ayaka will do that occasionally. She'll drop, and you got the laser from Aerith. She can put out some damage. I've actually
right.
I think when I tried to play Aerith back in the day, I tried to play her with as a DPS character. We in?
All right. Okay. Yes. So let's jump on over here.
Oh, look, Cloud. Thank you, Cloud. There's my Elia. Okay, there it is. Now,
We were both right. I want to say we were both right on this.
That's true. You said Leela. You did. Yep. So we got this is the Justin versus Auronnj matchup right here. I wonder if Hiso is running Mono Dark, like Sephiroth, Leela, something. Or
I would say
if
probably without a doubt. I know for certain his Sephiroth is max reincarnate.
Well, and I can't imagine that the Leela is not max reincarnated.
Well, right.
And Dark Phoenix. That's probably 3 max reincarnated Dark units right there. Now, here we go. This is an interesting little thing, though. This map is not very deep. Like, it's not very long across. So notice that Eliza immediately got out there and dropped damage on the group. And then Eliza's going to, like, that's a dead Fina. They just blitzed Fina right there. And Curry, as one of those MR... Oh, wait. Okay. Doesn't matter how good you are, Curry reflex is part of the thing. So the tank, Leela the tank, being the slowest character in this game, was not given an opportunity to tank. She just had to stand there and watch almost her whole team die. In fact, it probably would have been her whole team die if Sephiroth wouldn't have reflexed. But because he did reflex, he turns around and one-shots the entire enemy team with Hell's Gate. Now, he dies to this attack. No, he has courage. Okay, so it just gets popped. Aeolian Onslaught
No, he didn't
will
even get
kill.
popped. It was one,
He didn't even. Oh, he had 158. No, I was like, wait, where'd he get courage? Anyway, so yeah, there we go.
That was a quick match.
That was lightning fast. Now, that was okay. Here's the thing that just happened. Cloud had a better team. Cloud's team absolutely had better positioning, had better movement, dropped all the necessary damage to win that fight, and then Sephiroth was like, reflex, boom, doesn't matter, and then just walked out there and one-shot the whole enemy team. So that is one of the reasons why Sephiroth is so good, because not only is his whole kit good, there's just a % chance that he ignores damage, and that's what he did on the shot that probably kills him, and he lives, and he, like, I mean, that, I think Hell's Gate was the move he used, and it just literally opened that gate, and that whole team just fell into it, except for, you know, Aliyah, who was like, I just want to marry Jaden someday. Nope, you're out of here. And she gets booted from the map. So
And poor Aliyah didn't even finish him off.
couldn't do it. 158. 158. Now, I don't know that 1 HP Aliyah actually beats a reincarnated Leela in like an elongated 1v1, but it would have been cool to see. Either way, that match took less than 2 minutes. That was yeah, they just must. I think that they must have just liked our talk about vision cards and Aerith and Ayaka so much that they're like, get this match over with. We got to get back to the real show, which is, yeah.
So, what am I trying to say here?
Yeah.
Would you, if you were, would you? Okay, hold on.
Run it back. Run it back.
Would you say that reflex was bad RNG? Would you say that? Would you run it back to look at your trust stones, maybe get some reaction block rate in there?
Yeah, reaction block rate's the answer, I think. I mean, I don't know. I think anybody who, look, if you're trying to build an actual like top tier trust stone set where you are not just taking any good passive trust stone that you see, but you are picking specific good ones, reaction block rate's in there. There's no way. It is one of just the obvious best ones for exactly that reason. Now, maybe you could also argue, like, did you not have ice attack on your trust stones? Because if you did, that was 158 damage worth of ice attack. Definitely. Did you not have missile attack up? Well, probably maybe on a bow or, I'm sorry, a gun or something like that. So I don't know. There's also two sides to this as well, where I don't know if Cloud's team wanted to start straight across from Hiso's team, or if they were hoping to be in the opposite corner, let Hiso's team kind of move towards them and then drop, you know, long range bombs on them. I don't know. It ended up working out and looked really cool, but we'll never know. Not for that one. Now, I think that's the only thing I'd change. I don't know. I just do it again. I would just run it again. I would just dare. If I'm Cloud, I would just dare Hiso to do the exact same thing. Instead, Cloud goes to, he's like, you know what? Fool me once, shame on me. I'm going to Dark. He pulls Dark Fina out. Dark Fina just was dead the last match. We didn't actually get to see her do anything. And she's usually a unit that wants at least that one turn to ramp up, get her re-raise on, or, you know, give her team those resistance buffs that she can give. We'll see. I imagine this is going to be a longer fight. That was the record, right? That had to just be the record that we saw.
Definitely.
Before I was even. Yeah, I would give both players all my Visior if that was a manual fight. It was over that quickly. Now, here we go. Speaking of the difference between manual fights and auto fights, one thing you can do in an auto fight that you really can't get away with as much in a manual fight is run tanks. Tanks are not great in manual because it's kind of hard to like force the enemy to attack you. Here we see two tanks, one of them being Raph, like the new premium dark tank in the game, versus Cloud's Leela this time. So Hiso did change up his squad a little bit, still running the Sephiroth carry, but double tank Sephiroth. Now, the silence from Leela right there actually lands on not Dark Venus, so that's a little bit unlucky. And now Sephiroth's Limit Break is going to come out right onto 2. Damage to both tanks, backed up by Sorcery Strike from Dark Venus. Big damage onto Raph right there. Sephiroth for Hiso, unable to get in range to do damage yet, but gets his shield online. Oh, the preemptive counterattack from Fina. It's a little RNG back on Cloud's side this time as the tank, as Raph goes down to the preemptive counter. But one thing you got to be thinking right here if you're Cloud. Look, yes, only one person on the enemy team is left alive, but it's Sephiroth, and your team is grouped in the exact same formation they were grouped in last time. It's not going to be Hell's Gate this time, though. It's going to be Sephiroth's Limit Break. This triple killed the team last time, essentially. It does not triple kill everybody this time. However, it does remove Dark Venus Courage. So that's gone. They need to deal with Sephiroth before He gets another chance because I imagine the next chance he gets, he's ending things. Okay, Sephiroth on Sephiroth action. Oh, that's a kill right there. Sephiroth takes Sephiroth down. Cloud wins, and we go to game 3. That was also a fast match, but it was appropriately fast. It was, yes, it was more than just 2 moves by Sephiroth and a few pew-pews from the missile team. So that was great. That was a good example of both players going to the bench. I liked what Hiso tried to do by bringing Roth out right there. And I don't know if this was a little bit unlucky. I don't actually know exactly why it happened. But did you notice Hiso's Sephiroth path? He really ran off to the right to walk up the ledge and get in range. He had that one extra turn of buffing where he put his shield on, got that AP restore going, and that's fine. But by the time he did any damage, both of his tanks were already dead. So good syncing up of agilities, good syncing up of the team deathballed it. That's that death ball. You were talking about Ferris earlier. She wants to run in that formation. And as long as Ferris is running with other units who aren't getting popped, if she can do her move, pop her heal, she's keeping that whole death ball alive. Right there, Fina hung on by a thread, managed to start knocking some of Sephiroth's shielding off. Then other Sephiroth, people forget Sephiroth's got that big sword, but he's also got that strike damage sub job. And he pulled out the strike damage for 10,000 damage right there. That was impressive.
Yep. All right, waiting for the third match. I bet both of them are running back. Pretty intense.
I'd go back to the missile team.
We have today.
If I'm Cloud, I just go back to the missile team again. I just want to see it. I want to see Elia win. I'm just there's just something about I think Ice Missile. People think, okay, look, if you're talking about elements in this game, Justin, I'll just ask you, which element would you say right now is in not the best spot? Because I think all of them are usable. I don't think there's an element in this game that is year 2 Earth. But so everything is essentially usable, I think. But what element would you say is hurting for a little bit? Could use a little love.
Okay, well, let's say, I hope you don't say ice, because we just got a nice ice unit.
Well, I didn't ask you what I was going to say something about ice, but not that. Okay. But I just want to see what you said.
I would say, do you think a element is good because of one state unit? Like Earth, for example. If you take Bradley away from Earth, it is nerfed intensely.
Significantly.
Right. So,
but they do have Dialdo now. Earth has...
That's true.
Yeah. Earth could use something like a new support unit or something like that. So
but a lot of other elements, they have options, right? But with something like Earth, you sort of start with Bradley or Dialdo, then you go from there.
Yeah, and I think it's an interesting conversation to have if you're talking about do you want to finish in the top 1,000 of Arena? But if you're looking at top 100 Arena Earth teams, right, they probably all have Bradley. So I just don't know if you can it's say if you're doing a football analogy, it's were the Patriots dynasty team a dynasty without Tom Brady? Doesn't matter. He was on the team. And so Bradley is on Team Earth. And so I think that, but to answer your question, I would say I would count the unit. I think you can't separate a best unit from the element. What's Dark is still, to be fair though, Dark without Sephiroth is still good. It's not as good though.
Right, you have a lot of options. Same with Light. Obviously, those two elements have received the most amount of love from the development team.
Yes.
But I don't know. I think.
How do you feel about Water right now?
I think Water is. I've never really thought that Water was in a terrible spot. I know people will be like, "Oh, we don't have a good Water Esper," that sort of.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've always liked it. I always run it. I think maybe before the beginning of the year, before Amnelis or Marine came out, it was a different story. But
yeah, Perrine was the one for me that I felt like Water. Okay, you have a legit 100 cost carry now, Water, and we saw her already today doing really well. Her team ended up losing, but it was not her fault. Ferris adds a lot
here.
We switching to the screen.
Yeah, we are.
There it is. Okay, so there's Bradley and there's Elias. So Hiso goes to the bench. Now, we talked about, okay, I think it was probably safe to assume, especially considering that Sephiroth and Leela were the first round of reincarnations you could do. I imagine Hiso threw his scrolls into those, right? So we were probably looking at least 2 fully reincarnated units right there.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Bradley is further down the road.
Yeah.
Me personally, I saved every scroll that I got until Bradley came out to fully reincarnate him. I wonder though, with a player like Hiso, who maybe, and we're just assuming, I don't know that he reincarnated those other units, but I'm just projecting here. Is Bradley reincarnated? If so, he is even more of a monster than normal, and he's probably somebody who's bulky enough to survive like a couple rounds of missile from Ice Missile. But I don't know. Ice Missile's scary good. This is what I was going to talk about. This is where I was like kind of leading with those questions. Is Ice Missile, I think, is just under. There's Balo. We mentioned that we might see a Balo today. There he is. Now, do we get buffs from Eliza and gang this time, or are they already in range like before? Curry can drop Frostbite like nobody else in the game. If he hits a Frostbite on a team that's a bunch of physical damage dealers, all of a sudden, it doesn't matter how good Bradley is if he doesn't have any AP for the whole fight. So we'll see. Now, unfortunately, Eliza's just bouncing around there kind of by herself. I hope we haven't disconnected. I hope we get to see this thing go live. I'm looking at the Discord. I don't see any messages there. I don't know if we have a little bit of a spectator bug here. Definitely something is up because no one has moved yet. So we'll see. I didn't get to see. It was Bradley, Balo, and someone else with them. Who was the third Earth unit, Justin? Do you remember seeing who that was?
Mashri.
It was Queen Mashri. Okay, so very good. That's a strong team right there. It's a team that I have personally run a lot. I think Queen Mashri works very good with those two. And what we might not get to see, which is really unfortunate, but what I was hoping to see is, can Balo survive a couple rounds of arrows and missiles from the Missile Girls, and can Curry land that clutch Frostbite? Take Bradley out of the thing. Oh no. So we're trying to see out right now if we froze, if one of the players froze, what happened. We'll let you guys know real quick if we are getting the room remade or if something happened and they played out. We shall see. I mean, sometimes Bradley is so fast the client can't keep up, right? Like he used CT up on the loading screen and it was already over. So that is what it is. All right. While we're waiting here, I'll try to get a little info going for us. We know we're fighting Missile. I'm going to assume there is some Missile penetration for the Missile Girls. But if we look at somebody like Balo walks into a fight with actually no missile resist. Just nothing. Not negative, not positive. He is just a regular old nothing to missile. Mashri, when facing 3 missile teams, walks in at 15%, so that's pretty good. And then King Bradley walks in with 20%. So, nice little bit of missile resist for that Earth team. Maybe something that Hiso was thinking about if he was considering, hey, these are really strong units. I know my opponent can play missile, so I'll just pivot to this and see what happens. All right, Justin, do we have any updates to give the folks here?
Yeah, it looks like, just want to double confirm what happened is the official calling.
Okay, got you. So, chat, who do you think won? Ooh, okay. Somebody in chat said they like chicken nuggets. I also like chicken nuggets. That's a good call.
I could probably almost guess who's. Yeah, it is. I was right.
Wow. Wow. Okay. TL Parks, you are known. You are a known commodity to Justin. So, okay. We're still just waiting for like double official word on what happened right here.
So just one moment. Okay, so it sounds like going with... We're going with Histo as the winner here. Everybody has agreed on that happening.
So the King Bradley team picks up the
Wish
win.
we could have seen it.
Yeah, I wish we could have seen it as well. I'm guessing what that means is like maybe no frostbites came through. Perhaps like Bradley and Machery just lived through the initial onslaught. And then once Bradley gets in there, if he has any health left and he starts popping off, getting his haste, getting his CT up, it's really, really hard to stop that train from rolling on. Earth is in a really good spot. Like we were talking about what elements people think might be weak. Nobody would say that about Earth, I don't think. Even if, and like you were asked about, like even if without King Bradley, you still have Oberon, Queen Machery. Those are, if not the toppest tier, the most tip-top tier, they are still definitely very strong. So I am sad to see the Elia team drop, but Earth is an element that I do love. It's near and dear to my heart. So there we go. King Bradley team picks up the W.
Congratulations.
Good match. Both matches so far been best of threes, have gone to.
Yep, that's true. So we're moving right along here. We got the next room set up. Let's take a look at some of the player information.
Let's get those cards on the board. We've got Setzer here from the USA. Favorite character is Miranda, but once again, Winged Stern for the picture. We've seen a lot of pictures of Winged Stern. Somebody give me Winged Stern in an actual fight. Like, bring him into the matches. He's plenty good. And then the message is insert generic competitive message here. Very motivational. Incredibly motivational from Setzer right there. So that's Setzer, USA, Miranda, competitive message. Speaking of Miranda, back-to-back favorite Mirandas. And this time we get the picture of Miranda. So this is Shadow. Shadow's somebody who I know pretty well. From the USA, don't be afraid to try new things. I say know pretty well from the internet. Like, you know, it's always strange to talk about like knowing somebody online. Makes it think like you're your neighbor or something. But yeah, Shadow's somebody I'm familiar with.
We know
like
each other.
A lot of the players today. Huh?
We know each other.
We know each other. We know of each other.
We dined together. How are you going to take that
Oh,
away?
no, we're talking about me and you. I thought you were doing the generic, like, the we thing still. Yeah, no, we did. We ate at a really nice restaurant. That was great. Yeah.
That restaurant was very nice. I feel bad for the staff. If any staff out there is listening, I'm sorry we stayed until, like, 1 a.m.
Yeah,
anyway, so we're just jumping into the match. I forgot they were waiting on me.
Oh, now look, I'm very proud of both of these players, first of all, because both of them, like, look, Setzer, picture of Winged Stern, there's Winged Stern. Shadow, picture of Miranda, there's Miranda. That's true. And
they tilted their hand there. Well, not really, because the room was set up way before we went to that.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, like the other player didn't know. And you, honestly, I would assume the person whose picture I looked at would not play their picture, because usually that's the case. I am excited to see what Miranda can do. Miranda's range with like her jamming thrust is very long and it thrusts very hard. So we will see if she can knock some Sterns, knock some light units off this map. Miranda is a launch unit, correct? I believe she's been in the game since the beginning. I don't know.
Sometimes like the beginning of the like basically until Warrior of Light came out, like it's all sort of mashed together.
Yeah. Well, okay, now this is a Ferris as well. So we are going to see a Miranda Ferris uni team versus Engelbert, Winged Stern, and Valentine's Day Miranda. So it is Miranda versus Miranda, but it's two different Mirandas right here. Now, Ferris back there with Uni, going to cast a buff on Uni. Miranda's already in jamming thrust range, but she's actually going to go with a spell. So she has, I believe it's like Wateraga Dispeller. It will dispel auto revive and has a chance of putting units to sleep. So I don't know for sure that that's what she's casting, but if I had to guess, she's probably looking for the sleep right here. And with where she is on this map, compared to where the enemy damage dealers are, she needs to land a sleep or two. She did not. Now she's in trouble. Convergence is going to come out. That does a lot of damage to her. She's a unit who's a lot better against magic damage than physical. But, oh no, okay, wait a second. Now, Valentine's Day Miranda is not going with an instant cast ability, is going to channel a spell. If regular Miranda goes with a jamming thrust, Wait, magic reflex comes through. She does not go with the jamming thrust, but deconstruction gets magic reflex. And then wait, just turnabout being fair play and all that. Stern's going to reflex the next one. Miranda kills Valentine's Day Miranda, but doesn't kill Stern because he reflexed after she reflexed. Here's Arrow Fall from Uni. It does 129. That might have only been 129 damage. No, it was 1200 damage to Engelbert, who will then go Sentinel on himself. So big defense spirit buff for Engelbert. His evasion goes down, so he's not dodging anything. No surprise. Miranda does die, but in the 2v1, Miranda goes 1 for 1. That's pretty good. You've got to like that. Now, Ferris making her first appearance today. Pulls Sildra out. Gonna be the limit break right here. Big damage, 5, 3, 1, 3. That is pretty big damage to Engelbert. Not bad. He's chunked a bit, and she will actually lap him with the CT up from that. So she's gonna get to, well, she'll get to Elemental Chain anyway. Pirate Rend, it's a kill. She takes him down. It pops the courage. But there's what we're talking about. Sildra's Roar. Now, this is not the heal. This is not the healing version. This is the buffing version. She's a unit that does a lot of things when she hurts the enemy. If she has allies close to her, you just got to see one of them. Uni, the recipient of a buff right there from Ferris. Now, Stern, he's buffing himself, trying to work his way back in. Uni's going to look for a sharpshoot on Engelbert. Respectable damage, 2411. Uni's actually putting in some work right here. And now Ferris is going to get a chance to start hitting Pirate Rend onto Stern. Good damage. Stern is chunked out. And remember, Stern had his re-raise removed by Miranda earlier in this fight. So even if he kills Ferris right here, Uni has a shot at, taking him out with an arrow. We'll just have to see. Here comes the limit break from Wingstern. Really cool looking move right here. Straight from the cinematic of season 3 of War of the Visions with all those swords. Ferris will live, so that's a big deal. Ferris is going to get another chance. Uni steps up, punishing slow arrow right there. 45, 75. Big damage from Uni. Uni very respectable in this match. The re-raise, I guess, was still on. I could have sworn I thought it removed. I guess I'm crazy. Stern, now, here's the thing. When you kill Stern, he basically gets another turn. And he's going to take advantage of that and go knock Uni out of this fight. But Ferris will go next, 31-70, and in a very, very, very close match. Ferris takes down Stern, and the Water team picks up the win over the Light team. And there was shenanigans, reflexes on both sides. I would say RNG. I got to say, though, I think RNG worked out better for the Water team because had Miranda not reflexed Valentine's Day Miranda's spell, she was dead. And then, even though Stern reflexed her Wateraga, the Valentine's Day Miranda did not, and so she went down. So, okay. There we go. Yeah, now, Wateraga Dispeller does indeed dispel auto revive. I looked that up because I thought maybe I was wrong when I saw Stearns go down, but he must have recast it. He must have. And that's got to be what happened there.
Yeah, I thought I saw it pop up, but I wasn't actually sure. I'm not super familiar with Iron Kid. Hold on. Unfortunately, too late.
No, you're good. So, it's Stern. Like, if you don't leave Stern's group buff on Wingstern, he likes to self buff, and that's his favorite self buff to lead off with. So it's called Reawakening, I believe is the name of the skill. I'm looking that up right now. Yes, Reawakening. So it gives him auto revive, and then one of the reasons he almost came back and won that is when Stern auto revives, he CT ups for himself and gives himself slash attack up and accuracy. So yeah, Uni knocked him down, and then he just got back up, put his CT above Ferris's, and had Ferris and Uni been grouped, we might have been looking at a uh-oh situation. But luckily for Ferris, she was not standing next to Uni. And I gotta say though, overall, unit I was most surprised slash impressed with was Uni. That was,
I think if Uni was not able to take out that unit or Engelbert there, I think the match would have gone a lot differently. But was surprisingly able to pull down 2,500 damage.
Yeah. Okay, so looking at Uni right here a little bit, I just want to okay, now we might see Uni again. Shadow switches to Perrine, Setzer stays with the Stern. Perrine definitely could be a Uni, still hiding back there. Definitely could also be a Ferris. I think Perrine and Ferris are two very good together. Justin, did you pull for Ferris? You did. You said you did, right?
Oh yeah, not really in a usable state because wasn't really needed in Trials of Reckoning. So I got her there. She's just sort of waiting. What I tend to do for a lot of collabs is I'll probably sit on like 1,000 mind spheres before I sort of figure out exactly who I'm going to actually. And then,
Yeah, that makes
like,
sense.
I still have not 140 Bradley or any of the FMA units because I just don't know who I want. So I'm probably sitting on like over 1,000 mind spheres for FMA because I don't know exactly what I want to do.
Okay, now here's Justin's favorite evade unit, Slime. So Slime does show up here with the striking duo. We've seen Edward Perrine something a couple times already today.
The vision
this
card
time it's
between
Slime.
these striking units is very good.
Oh yeah, that is like, I think that vision card was one of the, it was one of the things that was one of the, how do I want to say this? That vision card by itself, I felt like elevated strike meta to being real. And it's rare that you see one individual thing pull that off. Now, one thing about Slime, besides being a 20% win rate evasion unit in quick pick, it does have a lot of really good support abilities that it can do, like heal, and it can also bring people back from the dead. So we might get to see both of those things right here. Perrine gets chunked out a little bit, but the self heal from Perrine will keep her in the fight. I think if this strike team has a chance, Slime is going to need to pull off a revive on Ed. I think Slime will go for that. So he steps up. There's Zing. It failed. So Ed has not been very lucky today when it comes to being revived. However, the Vortex Kick is big damage. 289 left on Stern. He tries to hit Perrine. She preemptively counterattacks him, though, knocks him down, pops the re-raise. But watch the CT bar for Stern. He will go again right after Miranda. Once you kill Stern, it's not always the best thing ever. He's going to go Convergence Plus right here. Crucially, though, nobody dies. But Engelbert? Sentinel? Where's Taunting Blade, Engelbert? That could be a problem. Slime's up next. What's Slime going to do? Going to go Hustle Dance, give Perrine and himself a little bit of that HP back, and then he runs away. That's very smart. Very big AI move right there from Slime. Vortex Kick. This is probably a double kill. Yeah, Miranda and Stern both drop. All of a sudden, it is Engelbert versus 2, and all of a sudden, it's Courage popped Engelbert versus 2. Now, Retribution Drain's a real thing. He's just going to put his Courage back on. He's like, oh no, I feel like I'm going to die, so I'm going to just give myself another round of Courage buffs right here. I don't know that that's going to be enough, Engelbert. Hustle Dance comes out. It's going to be another nice little big heal. Slime support really showing off here. Perrine punches Engelbert, Courage popped, Retribution Drain comes out. Engelbert will heal himself. How big is this heal? 4698 for the 2100 point heal, but here it comes. Zap. Paralyzed.
At least.
Engelbert gets paralyzed. 4819. Perrine takes him down, and Shadow picks up the win. GG Shadow. I believe that is a 2-0, our first 2-0 of the night.
Yeah. And honestly, that was a 1.5 versus 3 right there.
Does a 1.5 versus 3. Yeah, you're right. Yes.
Like,
yes.
Slime realistically failed a raise.
Yeah.
Healed maybe 5,000 HP total. And it paralyzed when it didn't even matter.
You know, though, like because his first heal on Perrine was a big deal. Like when the fight...
That's why I gave it a 0.5.
Okay. Well, would Evasion Slime have done better or worse in that scenario?
I think, okay, so one thing that I did notice is that Miranda was out of AP basically right out of the gate.
Yeah.
She did an auto attack on Slime and did not take it.
Yeah, it's so something with Miranda, again, like when you see a unit that is a mage, right? Like Miranda, yes, she uses a sword, so she's like a sword mage, but you tend to think those units just have these like huge AP pools, so you don't need to worry about bells and AP restore and all of that. But Valentine's Day Miranda is definitely not that way. Like, she benefits so greatly from having a couple turns, get her TP spells used, get her re-raise on, get her agility up, get her AoE resist, all those things. Then, if she can do that, she has enough AP in the bank to do a couple double slashes, maybe drop the limit break. Right there, she was straight into the fight. And once you're straight into the fight, you use a big AP skill, you're now auto attacking, and that's not nearly. And Slime lived with barely any HP, so that half unit, he hung in there for a while. He was kind of half a tank too.
All right, so getting ready for the next match here. Previous second place. New Year's. Called. Did a video. Year's auto. I'm blanking. Anyway,
I don't know what we're talking about. I was reading chat.
Oh, Suribu is coming up. He was second place in the New Year's.
Yeah,
before
Kiwi took him down, right?
Yeah, before the official tournament started.
Yes.
The New Year's one, sort of like a beta.
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, and that was so now we've seen both Kiwi play in the winner of that New Year's stream played in the official tournament, and now Suribu, the second place finisher in that, is back as well. So there we go.
Yep.
All right. So let's see. Do we have player cards for them? Can I break down their
pulling it up?
their
I got a lot of
taste in
back
units?
end changes.
Oh yeah.
So let's go into the player info here. Give me.
There is a lot of technical work that goes into putting one of these things together.
Yes.
It might. I think people don't appreciate it, but it is. Okay, so there's Suribu from the USA. Favorite character Roth, also repping Roth in the picture. Quickness is the essence of war. Yeah, you know, like I was watching a documentary the other day about World War II, and right through the forests real quick, it'll take you got to watch out. Little quickness buff on your tanks, and all of a sudden you're past the defense and you're into Paris. Well, that was a very specific joke. But anyway, good message right there. Roth is definitely somebody we could see today. Now, we have seen her once, but she lost. Just lost in kind of a weird way. It's a close match. Her Sephiroth kind of got outperformed by the other Sephiroth, so it's not necessarily her fault. Plenty good as a tank, top tier unit, and if Roth's your favorite unit, you're living good right now. She's new, she's all about it. So there's Suribu breaking it down. Roth was not Suribu's favorite unit the last time we saw him on the official stream because she wasn't out yet. So there we go.
Ding.
And then Zeus. Now, Zeus repping Gilgamesh from the USA. It's your birthday on August 19th. Well, happy birthday, Zeus. That is awesome. So a little birthday present today. Let's see if you can win it for yourself. Shout out to your guild, Xantitsuken. Hey, you know what's really cool about that, too? That's the limit break from a character in my favorite Final Fantasy VIII. I'll leave that right there. Yeah, so that's
a Japanese
awesome.
word you did say correctly.
Well, I've only played Final Fantasy VIII about 37 times. So that's back in the day, if you owned a video game on like your PlayStation, you played it, and then you're like, man, what do I do with my life? I guess I'll just play it again.
Yeah,
that sounds
good. I was just thinking about that pretty recently. I was talking to somebody, like, I don't know if somebody else had the same experience as me, but I would often like go to school and somebody would be like, oh, I just, beat this game or whatever. And then it'd be like, can I borrow it? They'd be like, yeah, sure. And then you would stay up all night. You'd get so excited to go to school tomorrow. They'd show up and be like, oh, I forgot. And you're like, bro, what do you mean I forgot? I've been thinking about this for 24 hours, literally. How could you forget about
The
something
only
so
reason I
important?
came to school today was to get that game. I'm going home. I'll see you tomorrow.
And then the
Or
next
you're
day
like,
they're like, oh, sorry. Like, okay, I'm just going to come over to your house and we're going to figure this out right away.
Well, and you couldn't like text people back to the PlayStation
No, you
1 days.
couldn't.
Today you just
Maybe
text
you
them in
could
the
call
morning,
them up
like,
and be like, hey, is Johnny there? And then she'd be like, 1 second.
yeah. Hey, Johnny's dad. Is Johnny home? No. Who's this? Never mind. Click. Yeah.
Or you just hang up as soon as you heard the parents answer. You're like, nope. Like,
Oh, yep. Nope. Did you ever have my friends and I had code words, like if we thought our parents were like on the phone listening to us, we had code words we would say, like work them into sentences. And that meant like, hey, oh, okay, here we go. We're into it. Good. Now we get to see. You did not have that. Okay.
No.
Well, Suribu is the code word for Suribu is Roth, and Roth's in there. So we might see a dark team coming out here. 2499 magic, 2400 attack as well. So, okay, balanced team. And then Zeus is bringing out the Reagan. So, okay, fire and ice. What you pointing at there? I see just
Suribu's using the second place title for the
yes,
PDT
from the
championship.
tournament. Now, Suribu today has a chance to win another unique title.
I wonder. He might get the same title twice because it's the same one, right? Those who strive for glory,
Maybe. I think it's
2023.
decorated a little bit differently. I believe it is. Anyway, here we go. Leave this to me. Ice, dark, and wind resist buff from Reagan right there. Hey, that works out nicely because guess who you're against? A dark team. And then the slash and strike resist buff. It's like this team was built to beat Sephiroth. We'll see if the buffs that are anti-Sephiroth buffs are enough, because it is going to be Roth, Sephiroth, and Leela. This is a team we saw earlier from Hiso. It was actually the team that Hiso lost with. Now, Blade's up next. He's going to go Ice Vitalization, accuracy, protect. Man, it is like exactly if you wanted to just draw up a group of buffs that said, hey, we're going to try to beat anti-Sephiroth with these things. You got strike, slash, dark, and protect all online. Let's see what Sephiroth can do. Hell's Gate comes out 3985. You know what? For Sephiroth, that's not a huge number. I'd say those buffs worked out pretty good. Now, how's Roth going to do taking against Reagan? Here he goes, going to break out the limit break right here. Both swords, cross, slash, slap, slap, slap. Oh, yeah, that's tanking right there. That was only about a total of 2,000 damage. Not a ton. Ferris is up next. She steps forward, also going for Roth, and has grouped with Reagan. This is Sephiroth's dream if he can penetrate those defenses. He's got 2 grouped up characters to start hitting. This time we're going to get 63, 61. Big damage from Ferris right there. She gets her CT up, but it will not get her in front of Sephiroth. Blade's going to step up right here. Barbara Vitalizer. Agility, attack, magic up. Man, I said those words badly. But everybody's grouped for Sephiroth. Here we go. Are the buffs enough? Octo Slash is coming out. Slap, 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 slap. Jump to the sky. Land. Big damage. Look away. Screen goes blank. Hey, they all live. Now, Roth has respectable damage as well. Reagan does get his self-heal, so that will probably save him right here. Roth is going to hit all 3 of them with her triple hit attack. Blade goes down. Yes, Blade goes down. It's Reagan and Ferris versus the whole Dark team. The whole Dark team is grouped, so if they can find that AoE damage, they could be in business. There's Ferris with Wave Cutter coming out right here. Not one of her moves that procs a follow-up attack. And then Mountain Dive comes out. Man, removes the haste, but the Dark team is just too much HP. I liked what Reagan and Ferris's team was trying to do, but Ferris is now out of AP. Dark has 2 tanks that are still alive. Leela is going to silence them both. It doesn't really matter. Neither of them are mages. But with only 6 AP, Ferris can just auto attack. Sure, it hit pretty hard, but that's not what you need. I would say Cerebu's favorite unit right here, Roth, definitely pulling her weight. She tanked the entire first round of the enemy, still standing, still killing people at the end. Reagan's out of AP. He hits for 4,000 with an auto attack. I mean, that's impressive. But Sephiroth with 34 AP left will just cut him down. 7,200 damage. Reagan goes down, and Cerebu picks up the win. GG.
GG.
All right.
Off well.
Yep.
I think we just had an interview that I did with Cerebu go up on YouTube yesterday. So you can go check that out. Talked a little bit about his formations, how he picks them out, that sort of stuff. So yeah, so that video some love. Also had one with Kiwi Stings earlier in the week. I think that went up on Mondays.
Man, it's like the week of Cerebu over here.
Yeah, it's interesting because he told, when I did the interview with him, which was like last week, we were chatting a little bit and he was like, oh, you know, I hope I get into the tournament because I applied for it. So I'm glad to see that he was able to.
Yeah, me too. Good to see somebody come back from, you know, gosh, that feels a long time ago, doesn't it? Like the last,
That was our first tournament.
First tournament.
In the end of January, I think.
Yeah.
We were talking about the bunny that was on there because that was the animal for the Lunar New Year.
Right.
Was that this year? God, I don't even remember.
Oh, it's been a minute. You know what's crazy is I remember when we started this whole like this first circuit of the official circuit. I was the first circuit of the official circuit. Wow. I was like, man, that's so many tournaments. I'm not even gonna think about the end of it yet. After this one, there's 3 more, and then the finals.
Yeah. So the Ovis ones, that's the next tournament. I believe the signups for that actually start today.
Yes, that is right. They're either open now or they open up after this is over. I'm not 100% sure on that.
Yep. And that is a manual one for Europe.
Yes.
Oh, that's going to be bright and early for me.
Yeah, me too, probably then. Okay. Well, I actually prefer, as somebody with a little child, bright and early is just my wheelhouse. So that kid does not sleep
I mean, you also
in.
you go to school before the children do, that sort of stuff.
Oh, yeah.
I sort of roll, my alarm goes off. I'm like,
oh my gosh.
My laptop, and I'm like, get to work.
You know what's crazy is like, you get to the point where like 7 a.m. feels like sleeping in because you're like, oh, I got to wake up for school at 7. And it's like, yeah, right. I wish my kid would sleep till 7. Parents out there know. They know. Shoutcasters out there understand what we're doing, filling the space, talking about things.
But we are jumping into the second match here.
Excellent. So, is it just a run back? Cerebu's using the same units and same gear, same vision cards as hers because those numbers are identical. Zeus 3806 1831. I don't remember. It could be
based on the composition. I think it could be the same.
Yeah. Now I imagine it'll change something like unit placement, something like that. Maybe he felt like
a lot of RNG last.
No,
if this is
yeah. If anything, Sephiroth did not reflex anything. So, we'll see. Both players are ready, so somebody will hit that start button, and we will see what goes down. I always try to time that to, like, the beginning of the match.
They're actually waiting for me. I got to give a thumbs up. We're good.
Okay. So, yeah, all right.
Oops.
That's okay.
I did it again.
I think I've heard that saying before once. Maybe. Yeah. Now, this could be our final match of the quarterfinals. This match or the next match will be. Then we have 2 more best of 3s for the semifinals, and then a best of 5 for the grand finals. So, does Cerebu win this match and put himself on the path to another grand finals where he can try to finish first instead of second? Maybe. I don't know. It's the same units.
So far the same. Oh,
and
that's a lot different.
A lot different for sure. Like you cannot get further to the left side of this map than Zeus's team is. So Ferris and Reagan gonna start buffing each other up. Again, all of those resist. They did well. Like those buffs did their job. Sephiroth was not hitting them for 10,000 damage like we saw when he one-shot the ice team. Still, if the goal was to try to bring him immediately forward, prevent him from hasting himself, he did still get that haste off. That's pretty scary. Raph moves up, though. Raph was unable to buff this time. She just runs up on the cliff and immediately will start tanking. But the hasted Sephiroth will now, I think he's going to be able to engage right here. Yes, he is. So Spirit Breaker comes out. That was not very much damage. Sephiroth down to, he was at 70 when he cast that. We'll have to see what he's at AP-wise afterwards. Reagan's up next. Now, Reagan led with his limit break last time. This time, he's going to cast the King Bradley TMR, I believe that was. Momentum comes out. And then look how they're kiting backwards this time. I can't imagine this was, like, actually on purpose, but the AI... Okay. This is crazy. Now, this is either some, like, actual 4D chess from Zeus right here, where he, like, was like, look, my units are going to move up. They can't jump up on that cliff. So what instead they're going to do is suck Raph over the cliff into the trap, and then Valade's going to go tank Sephiroth. Okay, wait a second. The trap just got a lot weirder when Valade ran up there to stare Sephiroth in the face. Sephiroth just went from being unable to hit anybody to probably knocking Valade out of this fight. Oh, wait, no, he's going to instead go for Reagan. That probably works out good for the Reagan Ferris team, because Reagan will live through that and heal himself back to full. Now, Azure Blade Strike, big double slashing move right there, followed up by Ferris's Pirate Raid. Yo, she lives, and she lives by this much, just barely. Oh, man. Now, here you go. Valade gets the buff, and then he casts Zombie Transformation. This Valade is insane. Nobody knows what he's doing. Now, Reagan will finish off Raph. So Raph goes down, and the Ice Water Team trap does pay off. Hell's Gate comes out from Sephiroth. It's a ton of damage, but Sephiroth is out of AP. He is at 6. Leela, though, could potentially finish off Reagan if she has the damage. She steps up. She's going to do a silencing spell. That's enough. 3,100 damage will put Reagan down. It's a 2v2. It's Ferris Vallade versus Sephiroth Leela. I like Sephiroth Leela unless... Oh, it's been a rough day for Full Life. It's been a rough day for Full Life. Oh my gosh, it was almost Zeus with the 3v2 turnaround, but instead Full Life misses. Okay, Ferris, though, will have a fair chance here of teeing off on Sephiroth. She's going to step forward. Here we go. It's going to be Pyro Onslaught. She actually skips past him. Goes for Leela. So having that second tank going to pay off big right here. Now, she will pull out Sildra, and that heal will put her whole team back to full HP. So she does have access to some sustain, some healing, if she can keep surviving what Sephiroth is putting forward. Mind Fortress comes through for Leela. So there's the anti-magic buffing right there. Might help if Vallade ever feels like trying to do some damage, but we never know what Vallade's going to do. His AI's all over the place. Okay, Sephiroth's up next. Out of AP, so he has to just auto-attack. Ferris down to her last 14. We'll go with Wave Cutter. Decent damage onto the Leela, who is barely hanging on. Ferris runs to the right. Vallade's up next. Curata coming through. Ferris hanging in there. She's back to full HP. It is Sephiroth's turn. He's back at 37 AP. He will hit both of them. Vallade gets popped. So down goes Vallade, but re-raise. Remember when he cast that earlier? I kind of do. He puts it was the zombie TMR that he had. That's right. So he's back in it. Now, Leela's turn. Leela gets Magic Reflex. So here's a little RNG coming through. Vallade lives via Magic Reflex, and Ferris and Vallade fight another day. Leela lives through Ferris's auto attack, so that's not ideal. Ferris running out of AP. What can Vallade do? You need a trick here, Vallade. The trick was not go stand next to your teammate. I don't think, unless Sephiroth's out of AP again, which he is, but guess what doesn't cost any AP? A summon. There you go. Multi-hit attack. Although, guess what? Guess what? Not only did that not kill anybody, it also did not generate any more AP for yourself. So Ferris will slap Leela down. Leela comes back with a re-raise. A lot of re-raises in this fight. Leela, silencing spell. There's the double kill we all knew was coming. Leela with the silencing spell double kill. Sarabu picks up the win. A 2-0 match. And even though it was a run back, that one was much closer than the first one. There was a lot of different things happening. But
Yeah,
Roth and his... It was. We got to see a lot of what Ferris's potential is there with those heals. Had Full Life landed on Reagan and had Ferris been able to stand next to him, keep popping him off, I feel like that Slash team probably picks up the win. But Full Life missed. That's how it works. And Sarabu picks up the victory. GG.
Yeah, so what I think is interesting from this last match is Leela is so slow that like her intention is always to be a tank, but I feel like she never actually tanks anything until like the last 50% of the match. And in this instance, it's actually worked out pretty well. So.
Yep, she was so far back that they just had to look past Sephiroth. They're like, okay, forget about Sephiroth for a little bit. We've got this Leela to deal with. Yeah, that was great. Ooh, okay. So now we have our semifinals set up and ready to go.
Yep. So we're actually going to be throwing to a break here in a moment.
Ah, okay.
So take this opportunity to get a snack, pet your cat, drink some water, go to the bathroom, do whatever everything you need to do. The break is going to be about 10 minutes long. Yeah. In the meantime, we'll be right back in about 10 minutes, and then we'll continue on with the semifinals. About halfway done here at the War Divisions Final Fantasy Brave EXVIUS Championship 2023. See you all very shortly. Tuned.
The moon and stars are divided by malicious intent. One that will call forth a radiance of destruction upon these lands.
What is that supposed to mean?
I cannot say for certain, my lord. I merely relay what the stars whisper to me.
War of the Visions, Final Fantasy, Brave Exvius.
Are unusual.
Does the prophecy foretell destiny? This is a tale of those who defy their fate. Battle system. The order of action is determined by speed, irrespective of alliance. The turn order of ally and enemy alike is displayed on the left. Units' move and jump values indicate their mobility on the field of battle. Knights and soldiers may not be adept at vertical movement, but their repeated physical attacks are a force to be reckoned with. Dragoons and thieves, on the other hand, can press the advantage on uneven terrain with their physical prowess. Strategize your timing and movements to claim victory. Jobs and abilities. Select from 3 jobs to set as a unit sub-job, thereby augmenting their main job with subcommands. The abilities available in battle will change depending on the sub-job set. Interaction with other players. Friends can lend you their aid on your journey. Hone your skills and prepare for the clashes to come.
Those who rely solely on their eyes will overlook what is of true import. Should one choose to live on, even though one suffers in despair? Or should one seek death to afford one's soul its respite?
War of the Visions, Final Fantasy, Brave Exvius. Now available.
This unbearable, insufferable noise. But it won't be long now. The world we seek will soon be upon us.
I thrive on the silence of the darkness's sweet embrace. I suppose you can call me the Dark Witch lurking in the deep abyss.
Don't be like that, Raffi.
Finding someone in this crowded place is like finding a needle in a haystack.
What? You mean they tricked us?
They're the ones who are meant to be our foes.
O endless void, awaken.
It's our duty, okay? Don't interfere. The dark craving for blood and destruction that rests in my accursed left hand. I grow unable to restrain it. Yes. Talk about stylish.
The moon and stars are divided by malicious intent. One that will call forth a radiance of destruction upon these lands.
What is that supposed to mean?
I cannot say for certain, my lord. I merely relay what the stars whisper to me.
War of the Visions, Final Fantasy, Brave Exvius.
Are unusual.
Does the prophecy foretell destiny? This is a tale of those who defy their fate. Battle system. The order of action is determined by speed, irrespective of alliance. The turn order of ally and enemy alike is displayed on the left. Units' move and jump values indicate their mobility on the field of battle. Knights and soldiers may not be adept at vertical movement, but their repeated physical attacks are a force to be reckoned with. Dragoons and thieves, on the other hand, can press the advantage on uneven terrain with their physical prowess. Strategize your timing and movements to claim victory. Jobs and abilities. Select from 3 jobs to set as a unit sub-job, thereby augmenting their main job with subcommands. The abilities available in battle will change depending on the sub-job set. Interaction with other players. Friends can lend you their aid on your journey. Hone your skills and prepare for the clashes to come.
Those who rely solely on their eyes will overlook what is of true import. Should one choose to live on, even though one suffers in despair? Or should one seek death to afford one's soul its respite?
War of the Visions, Final Fantasy, Brave Exvius. Now...
All right, hello everybody, and welcome back to the War of the Visions Final Fantasy Brave Exvius Championship 2023 Wezette Cup. We are in the semifinals now. We just concluded with the quarterfinals, so we will be going through some even more intense PvP action here as we get into final matches. So, let me go up and throw the bracket. Did that in kind of a weird order, but let me throw the bracket up here so you guys can see.
There it is.
We're going to be going Rufio and Hiso. They're going to be going into the finals, and then Shadow and Serbu shortly after that. Got some intense matches coming up, so pretty good.
I think it'll be good. Especially thinking back to Hiso's match earlier. Again, thinking about reincarnation and the difference it can make. Because the reason I bring that matchup in particular, the Sephiroth, when he just turned around and obliterated the entire Ice team, he had 158 health. 158. Like, that could be one more reincarnation. So for even, I'm not even saying like max reincarnating a unit is necessarily important, but like maybe that one was, I think it probably was, because Sephiroth was such a popular reincarnation unit, such a meta unit, Visipor being the good guild that they are, top of the tier list and stuff. I think he probably was. But if he was, say he'd only been half reincarnated, he's dead, and that fight goes a different way. Right. And we saw how match 2 went, so it could be a completely different scenario. So I have a bad habit of sitting on UR scrolls.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because I don't like the like that commitment feels hard for me. Yeah. But if it's a unit that I'm using in competitive PvP over and over and over again, and I have the mind spheres and I have the materials and I have the scrolls, hey, you never know when 158 HP might just win you the fight. Yeah, like it did right there. And HP.
Or.
Yep, or.
I was going to say, or a few more attack stats would have taken care of that 158.
Right. HP. Right. Yes. Maybe a Alaya with a little bit, but yeah, true. The one thing about reincarnation is I don't think reincarnation is as good for Well, okay, I'll just give you my opinion on this. You can tell me what you think too while we're waiting for the room to get up.
Sure.
I like it on tanks a lot because I feel like there's a ton of health in there. And I just feel like, man, if I could just get that much more HP, if I can get 4,000 more health on my Roth, on my Dialdo, it just makes them look so daunting. Like, man, good luck cutting through 18,500 of Dialdo's health points. Now, a unit like, Bradley or Sephiroth, who's up there trading back and forth, it's probably also just as valuable on them. But you think about those, think about an SR tank like Little Leela. Man, that's a lot of health for her.
Right.
Like, all of a sudden, she's a very healthy girl. And so, yeah, there we go. That's my thought on that. I don't know. Like, supports, I've never reincarnated a support.
I did Aerith. I think I did about 15 or 20 on her. I was like, +6 guard stick, 140. Well, I don't even remember what else.
Does she live?
Okay, so listen. I threw a bunch of scrolls into her. I used my, what are they even called? The little crystal heart quartz heart.
Yeah, quartz. I think that's, I don't know, I don't have it, yeah.
For the +6 guard stick, just so she could do this in the back.
Aerith, go! Oh, I was using Sylvie in Guild Wars the last little bit. I've been trying to play with some light teams, and on a long map, like most of the time, Sylvie is just back there, and she's like, re-raise, magic shield, TMR buff, magic shield ran off.
Sylvie's somebody that I haven't used very much.
Oh man, she suffers from Aerith syndrome. Like, get in there and go fight Sylvie. Okay,
I just got her 120.
Wait, wait. I think we misspoke. Did Jeff win? Did Jeff beat Rufio?
I'm not 100. I don't remember 100%. So I was going off of the bracket that we have on Battlefly, and it seems like maybe.
Okay.
Either way.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. The right person is going to still be in this fight. But yes, we are receiving information, and I think some of the information might have been. Yeah, that looks correct. I'm also being pinged on things. Yep, and that's what the pings are too.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard to remember everything that's happened.
Yeah. Well, especially when we're having such a heated discussion about Aerith and Sylvie's AI. Either way, feel free to get the room made by the players there. There we go. Jeff and Hiso. Not Rufio and Hiso. There we go.
Apologies. I'm sorry.
Rufio.
Somebody was trying to hook Rufio going, yo.
Rufio's like, yes, all right. For some reason, I'm winning.
Cool. Anyway, I really like supports. I have Ayaka is somebody that I used to use way back in the day.
Oh yeah.
One of the only people that can use 2 limit bursts, which is
it is. Her and King Elda, correct?
Or
did I just make that up?
I thought it was somebody more recent. Much more recent.
I'll check. Well,
anyway,
okay, you keep going. I'll look.
I was just gonna say, I used to use her way back in the day, and I think she just very recently got her 140. So I've been thinking about if I should take that plunge or not. But I also just pulled Lena, and people were like, "Oh, it's the same one." So, I want quick pick people to watch out. I'm gonna have both of them here very soon. With my evade.
You're like, wait a second, it's 140 Ayaka and 140 Lena and Joom. And you're like, good luck killing this team. We're going to turn.
Not Joom. That's 2 meta.
Okay. So let's see. Why not Halloween Little Leela just go all healers?
I was thinking about that.
Okay.
But I think that's also too much because they're all the same element. I don't know. Back in the day, I used to run Yuna and Aerith and Ayaka.
What? Did it kill anything?
No.
No.
It never worked. Maybe a couple times. Just through pure sustain.
Okay, if you want off-meta options here, but you want to stay in the element, Yerma, super off-meta. Although she wouldn't live to be healed. Let's see. Varouche is a really cool option. Do you have a leveled up Varouche?
I don't think so.
Oh, that's too bad. Varouche is a guy who I've always really wanted to use. Maybe his like transcendence will be so good that he's usable all the time. I mean, he's usable now, but like maybe it will allow me to work him in, because I love the Blade Soul idea. I just love that kit. I love the like, you know, slashing magic type. You know, Valentine's Day Miranda is a better version of Varouche.
So Realm Scourge, how's your Realm Scourge?
Got it done.
I have not done it yet, but it kind of sounds like I lucked out not doing it.
It's tough. So
a certain poison.
Oh, there's poison shenanigans you can do?
Yeah, people are using Liv. What's her name?
Livia.
Yeah,
the Earth MR unit. Really?
So with Dark Odin, you can get over the resist on him. Basically, protect her until she poisons him, and then you.
But like, honestly, how cool is that? How cool
I mean,
is
that's
it?
the spirit of the game, right? So.
That's the spirit of the game. We did it on stream the other day, and we had 3 flag glassies and an Ayaka, and that was our team.
That's what made me think of Ayaka. Because she had a bit of a resurgence here. Although it sounds like it was unfortunately cut short. I think a healer is still probably maybe needed.
Yeah, unless like 4 Bradleys with blood swords, then they just heal themselves and our Bradley. So like you could actually just hit auto on that one, I think, and it's fine. I think you need to pop bells, and then you can hit auto, and then 4 Bradleys with unlimited AP and blood sword cannot.
Yeah, that sounds nice.
Yeah. But I mean, we took it down. The new players, good luck, man. You're gonna need some.
Their boon has come. They just need to find somebody.
They need a Liviel and just 3 people to just run interference.
Because it's not 100%. I think that it maxes out at like 29% chance that it lands. So you got a couple turns possibly.
That's disgusting. Okay.
But yeah, we're just waiting for the room to be set up here. Make sure everything is good to go. Then we'll be jumping on into the PvP action.
Yes, sir. I'm trying to. Oh, sorry. I got a whole bunch of messages when I said the wrong person's name, and now I'm just trying to like click on all of them so I can. I actually do need to receive some messages,
right?
During this, so I'm trying to just sort through what is
it's
relevant
been sorted,
right
apologies.
Yeah.
Secret word, no secret word this time. Unfortunately, if you're here looking for the secret word, the time has actually passed, and to sign up for the reincarnation scrolls, you had to do the pick. That form has unfortunately already been closed.
I did not get in time. I don't think.
Yeah,
my
me neither.
picks
I just
counted.
Okay, well, I mean, I don't.
I'm gonna send my
Engelbert
energy.
hasn't really been that popular in the previous auto.
No.
I'm a little surprised to see him suddenly showing up again. When did he get his
been-
140? Did it happen between the last tournament and now? I don't remember.
No, Engelbert's been good for a while. I don't know why he's all of a sudden here. Huh.
And then Miranda's been out for a while too.
Sweetheart Miranda's a surprise to me. Like, I love that girl. Baby J, my son's account, it features her prominently, and so I've been having a lot of fun playing her. So I'm very happy to see her at like this top tier of an event. But I am very surprised. Yeah.
It hasn't just been the same person in multiple fights because we haven't had the same people yet.
I feel like there's been a lot more light played today. I feel like there's been a lack of light played in the past, and maybe that's just because we've been getting players who don't like light or something.
Okay, but so Chad is saying that he did get his 140 very recently.
Recently?
2 weeks ago. Yes.
A lot of stuff has happened in the last month. It's been a busy month.
We're jumping on in here.
There we go. Oh, there's the big man on campus right there. It's Balo coming through. So, okay, we got Jeff rocking Balo into Hiso's Little Leela. So, both players capable of backing these characters up with 100 cost units. So, for Hiso, we've seen in the past those units be Sephiroth, Dark Fina. For Balo, I would anticipate seeing Bradley and something. I didn't see the magic set there, but it could be Bradley. It's the double tank Bradley. So Dialdo,
okay,
Balo,
so look, yeah,
Bradley.
we were talking about Earth. Here's the only 2 good Earth units. You can go on.
No, well, Queen Mashari and Oberon have something to say. And then Eileen, excuse me. But okay, anyway, here's Jeff. Jeff standing there. We are waiting to see. Did we get a little bit of a connection problem again here? I don't know. We got Bradley, we got Dialdo, we got Balo just kind of staring at everybody. We're coming off of a break into a, come on, load in Jeff and Hiso, please. We don't want another delay, but we might have one. We'll see. Maybe it'll just pick up and start running all the time. Maybe one of the players dropped. We're looking right now to see if the judges are still in the game. So we'll see.
Seems like they are.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll get back to you on that one. Anyway,
we'll see. Maybe a remake or something.
I will now pull up a list of Earth units.
We don't need to have this discussion.
Okay, but you know what is something that's interesting? Speaking of the element of Earth, a unit that is very good for Earth that does not get a lot of talk is Moraga. Oh, wait.
I was just gonna say.
Okay, I thought you were cueing me into like, oh, we're back into it. I was like, sweet.
No, I'm sorry.
No. Okay.
I was just gonna say that I really expected Noctis to have like a first wind, not even a second wind, but I really expected him to have like a first wind because he had that extra hit, and I thought, he might be like a really good Starlight Elena counter.
Well, and you know what's weird is like then what's been added to the game since Noctis are units like Bart's with that follow-up attack that they give other units on their team. Okay, here we go. We're back into it. Here's Bradley killing Sephiroth. Yep, it is Bradley killing Sephiroth. Sephiroth goes down. Bradley's still standing there. Little Leela comes through. Silencing spell on the entire team, but it's not enough damage. And something that Bradley does a lot is increase his own CT. He just did it right there. Okay, Dialdo runs forward. 410 damage. That's not very much. Bradley's going to do a little more than that. 2450. And Jeff puts down Hiso's Dark Team in the first match. Bradley is good. There, I said something non-controversial. Sometimes I say things and people are like, you're an idiot. Engelbert just got his upgrade, or, things that might be controversial. Bradley is good. That is not, as a non-controversial statement. So there we go. Okay.
You said Bradley's good?
Bradley's good. King Bradley.
Oh, okay. Like, I thought you were saying something maybe slightly controversial and you just said water's wet.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, okay.
Sometimes I like to keep it pretty obvious. Especially after apparently making a mistake about Engelbert, which, okay, it's not 2 weeks ago, though. Come on, it had to be longer than that. Or I have no sense of time at all. Anyway, GG to Jeff. I'm sad we missed the setup for that fight.
Yeah.
Fina must have got sniped again. And I feel like that's been a little bit of a thing for her. I feel like she has not, maybe it's this map is just kind of an awkward size for her. I'm not super familiar with PvPing on this map. The thing I remember most about this map is there's is it a selection quest fight? There is a fight in a PvE fight in this game that is a tough PvE fight, and it's on this map. And man, that is like my biggest memory of this thing, is like dealing with range height on top of all those little cliffs with the the valleys in there. So I know that about this map, but man, Dark Fiend is not loving it. I know that too.
So if you think back to maybe like a map, maybe when you were starting out or something, like, do you have any nostalgia for any maps in the game?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
And it's kind of sad because you can't even like, so for PvP maps, the original arena map, the one you can't even play. Yeah, the very first one. Remember, it was literally just like
I don't remember now.
It was, you just started on a little bit of a raised ledge, and then it was just flat in the middle, and there was some pillars. You can't even PvP on it anymore. You can't even pick it to PvP on, I don't think. It's not ever come back. It was very bland, but like we were on that map for a really long time. I just have these memories of like Stern shurikening people to death on that map. And then, okay, here's one. Here's one. You remember the map? Again, it's not in the game anymore. You started on two sides of like a canyon. Not a canyon.
I think it was literally called Canyon.
Was it?
I think
No,
so.
no, not canyon. This is
Oh.
one's inside. It's inside, and there was like paths across. Like there was a hole in the middle
Oh.
of the map. And do you remember what I'm talking about?
Okay, so was it wintry?
No, it's indoors. It's like inside of a castle. I don't know. Maybe maybe I'm doing a very poor job explaining this map. But it's a very old map. It's one of the first maps that I ever made YouTube videos on. And so like for me, that holds a special place because like I did a video where two Ayakas were against each other. And this was you could turn off skills day.
Right.
And Ayaka back in those days used to like to try to cast Immobilize on her opponents.
Yeah, you could not unlock. Oh,
this room's dead. Yeah, you could not turn Immobilize off. And so like back in the day, the best Ayakas in the game never learned the skill. You literally just didn't pick it in the board. Because if you picked it, if she was in range of somebody, she would go try to Immobilize them. And so in this fight, there was two Ayakas against each other, and they just ran directly next to each other on the map and repeatedly immobilized each other until they were out of that spell. Just over and over and over again. And then meanwhile, their teams were on the other side of the map fighting each other, and they never healed them. And it was great.
So you know who Ayaka always makes me think of? It's from another game. I'm not going to say the name of the game. There's 3 lanes. She's a goat. She has a staff. Does healing and silencing. You know who I'm talking about?
Oh yeah, silence or can heal the whole map with a R button.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if that ability is still around. Anyway, I remember playing her one time, and I was like stuck inside of some minions. Like they like literally physically stuck me, and I was like, spamming my star ability, and they actually killed me. That always makes me think of Ayaka.
Yeah, that unit in that game, definitely not one of the higher DPS units. Okay,
jumping on into the next room here.
For real this time. Maybe it's something like, sometimes it is like maybe certain players are in a spot where we have a bad connection with them or something. Because I do feel like when we crash with a certain player, sometimes that crash follows that player throughout the tournament. So, sometimes it's just something to do with that. Okay, speaking of Noctis.
Okay.
Noctis still does not have his master ability 2 for us yet.
Right, I don't think that collab has ever come back.
Okay, so when it does, when it does,
maybe it did. Did it? I've
I don't
seen
know.
Auronnj recently.
Well,
I think we saw Auronnj in a previous tournament, which is kind of weird.
Yes,
but that's what I'm.
You
thinking.
can EX Noctis, but he just needs a lot of. Look, if you only have Master Ability 1, you are basically 2 Master Abilities behind because you're missing the 140 and the Master Ability 2. So if he could get a really good one of those at some point. Maybe you're right, because with as much re-raise and courage is in the game, especially courage, Noctis is great at killing units with courage. Sometimes re-raise will bring you back with enough HP that you like live through a follow-up attack, but courage is 1 HP every time, so you are going to drop.
All right, just waiting for a small issue here. We'll be jumping back in. Fill in the air. For us, Mr. Auronnj.
Oh, here. Yeah, I'll tell my little story about Moraga now. So something that I've discovered, again, on my son's account, is if you want to do Earth Selection Quest, Like if you want a UR Earth unit, like a tank, right? Because we're talking about how good Dialdo is. Moraga is not Dialdo, but he's very good. Especially against physical damage, Moraga is very good. If you look at Earth's unit roster, MRs in particular, you got Galzak, who at some point very soon will be added to the what part of the game where you can go get him whenever you want. You know what I'm talking about? What's that called?
Sorry, I was reading a message. What?
No, you're good. Something comes out, and then later it gets put into the part of the game where you can just go get it whenever.
Oh, the archives?
Archives, yeah.
The
So
far play
Dialdo, Galzak will go to the far playing archive pretty soon. So he'll be farmable. Etra's in there somewhere. She's farmable. You have Balo, who has an event where you could get him to 140. MR Mont is just always in the game, so you could go get him. And then you have Liviel.
Is that Balo event still?
It might be over with, but I'm assuming like players did it. It was
Right.
very accessible. And then who else am I thinking of? I think there's like one more. Well, no. Then when you do the first Earth selection quest, you get 100 or you get 600 select shards for an MR unit. So you could pop your Liviel up to 99. You could get Lorenzo, Durando, somebody like that. So Earth, oh no, you have Moraga the whole time. So you don't even need another one once Galzak comes out. So you can constantly level Moraga. Like that selection quest is very, very doable from a very early part. So if you're an Earth player and you really want to tank, but you like have never taken that leap for the Warrior of the Crystal unit, that could be hard to get. Moraga is a good option for you. And yeah, selection quests are really fun too. They're really fun. They've always had a reputation for being something that you couldn't do until you like
Well, they
a
were
super
very
veteran
difficult.
account.
Well, they were
They
very
released-
difficult back in the day.
Yes.
But I mean, the good thing is the old matches or the old quests sort of get power crept
Yes.
by like 140s and EX. If you're lazy, you can just go back and basically auto some of them.
Yeah. Yep. It's
All
fun.
right.
They're really fun. Okay, here we go. Now, we got Jeff versus Hiso here. Jeff going to that Valentine's Day Miranda, something we've been talking about a lot today. A lot of attack on that team, though. 3,400 attack with a magic unit in slot 1. Makes me think we're probably looking at a Winged Stern or we're looking at a Bart's, maybe both of those. In fact, Bart's Winged Stern Miranda is a team I really like to play myself. For Hiso, well, hey, lose to Bradley. Let's just bring Bradley out. You know what beats Bradley? Maybe Bradley beats Bradley. So let's bring out Bradley. 3,100 attack on that team, 1,800 magic. So there is some magic backing that guy up. We'll see if it's a Queen Macherie. Maybe it's Liviel. That'd be cool. Poison action out there? Maybe. I don't know. We're just waiting for one of the players to push start so we can get this thing going. I don't know if it is an issue on their end that we've been running into, but I do believe we have the all good from the judges to get it rolling. So we're just waiting on one of them to push the button. They have pushed the button. Now, let's not DC. That's the goal. Don't DC. All right. It is Engelbert Bart's Miranda versus Macherie Balo Bradley. So Balo back again. They're Swift and Fortified coming out from Miranda. It's an agility and magic buff for her group, which is nice, but more importantly, it gives her that physical shield. Giving her a little bit of survivability, that's a big deal for her. It will really help her out. Now, Bart, he's going to look for the AoE resist buff for himself and Engelbert. Very good. Notice he did not hit Miranda with this. If Miranda is still out of range of the enemy when it's her turn, she will self-buff that for herself. There's Hate Up for Engelbert and Elemental Chain Resist, which, you know, you want to talk about like more modern day kind of mechanics in the game. Elemental Chain Resist is a very modern mechanic, and don't sleep on how good that is, especially against teams like Bradley teams that have a lot of like multi-hit attacks. So there's Miranda. She gives herself that AoE resist and that re-raise. So we got AoE resist all over the team. Bart's gonna open up the damage with Blades of Legend, his limit break. So lots of different colorful swords right here. Bart's is gonna hit Balo with those 10,000 damage, but Balo is actually healthy enough that he survives that. That's impressive, honestly. Like that's an SR unit that just took over 10,000 damage and lived. I know it's like, yeah, but he took 10,000 damage, but he lived. That means he gets to take at least one more attack. It's going to be the Saintly Cross from Engelbert that only did 4. What the heck? That did nothing. Somehow Bartz hit him for that much, and then Saintly Cross hit him for nothing, and then Miranda hits him for almost 10,000 again. He has re-raised, so he's back. This Balo, look, this is part of Balo's upgrade. Not only does he come back to life, he comes back to life, gets a massive steroid, is full health again, and ready to rock it. Calculated Rend from Bradley comes out. Miranda lives via her shield. She was so dead without a shield, but it says she lives. 3-step Star Strike. This is a 3-hit attack from Bartz onto Queen Ma Cherie, who takes it no problem. And now the revenge of Balo. Taunting Blade. He takes Miranda out, and this is Balo's full form right here after he's re-raised. Now, Miranda will live via her, well, she comes back to life via re-raise, but that won't last long. Queen's Gambit for Ma Cherie is going to come out, and the power of Earth is on display. Here we go. I have to think this is probably Miranda out of the fight. Engelbert is hanging in there. Like, to be fair to Engelbert, he is taking a beating and still ticking. Blade Bash comes in. No stun, though. Engelbert gets a heal via the Blood Sword. Bradley, 21 AP left. Assault Blade on Engelbert. Down he goes, but Courage will proc. He's still up for one more action. Bartz is up next. Okay, Bartz steps aside. Blade Blitz onto the Balo, who's still alive. Man, this Balo is a tough boy. Ma Cherie knocks Engelbert out of the fight with a swift stick to the face, and now it's the hero of this match, Balo's turn. Sapping Sword comes in. Balo's going to look to heal himself a little bit. He will. Bradley, out of AP, will give himself hasten reaction block rate, move towards the fight, and Ma Cherie's going to look to finish the things off right here. Disparage comes out. Bartz goes down. That's GG, and guess what? Bradley won fight 2. Bradley won fight 1. Both players played Bradley, and different players played them in both fights. So it's 1-1. That's what I'm trying to say. It's 1-1 series. Bradley won. Bradley won. We'll go to game 3. Maybe both players will play Bradley. Or
I was just going to say, you think we're going to see both of them at the same time?
I hope. If I'm one of those players, I might whip Joom out. Go Joom. Lassie.
You know, for getting her 140, like you were mentioning at the beginning of the stream, we haven't seen her at all. And she is... I feel like she never dies. So...
Joom or Ayaka?
No.
Glassy.
Flag
Glassy.
Glassy. Yes.
Yeah, Flag Glassy. Yeah. She's super hard to kill. She's one of those units kind of like, she was Bradley back in the day. She was Bradley before Bradley, for sure. If you were to pull out, now Lena's also out there. If somebody was going to go Wind, which we have not seen much Wind yet today. We've seen Ed in Strike Team.
That's true.
That's really all we've seen for Wind. Lena could be an option, and Lena would be a fine option as well. But if you were going to go double 100 cost with your Wind, your SR units for Wind look like Sosha, and that doesn't look great. Now, if you go to R units, you got Mia. If you go in units, you got nothing. So maybe one of the reasons in a 240 unit cost limit scenario you don't see Wind is because Wind lacks that SR Balo. Like, look what Balo just did. He won that fight. Like, let's be real. Like, Bradley did a lot of the damage. Balo took 3 hits to kill the first time, came all the way back to life, then was doing 6,000 damage to the enemy. Like, he was insane. That smartphone, I mean, that's why, like, that you don't give smartphones to people back in the old days, right? Because then they learn the secrets. He got on there and saw an ad for, like some way to get buffed.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, you know what I mean? It's like he looked up the future a little bit. Yeah, and then all of a sudden, you know, he ordered some protein powder and some vitamins, and he's doing good now. Anyway, you know, it does get...
Oh,
yep, go ahead.
I was just going to say, also part of my strategy here was, in my quick pick matches, was I had both phones on my healers. Because it's important. They need to communicate with you.
That is good. Communication is very important in a fight. Absolutely.
All right, okay. Loading into the new room here.
Excellent.
This is round 3, so
this is the third game. Winner of this goes to the finals.
In tennis terms, I don't know.
Match point.
Match point. Being a kid and playing like Mario Tennis for like the first time, not knowing anything about tennis, I was like 15, 30, what's going on here? I don't understand.
Yeah. How did I just score 45 points? What's happening here? Why am I in love with somebody? What does this mean? 45 love. What? How many points is that worth? We're playing Scrabble? Yeah, it's weird. Okay. You know what? Look, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We're going to probably see a mirror matchup right here. I imagine Hiso's also brought out the Balo. Jeff's brought out the Balo. Bradley's definitely on both these teams. Both rocking about 1800-ish
So what
magic.
I want to point out real quick is the stats are exactly the same for you.
So it is the same team then. Okay. Here we go. What? Which Bradley will win? Oh, now that's different. Jeff's team over here with the Dialdo. Now, this is his double tank comp. Meanwhile, Hiso's just bringing out the Macherie again. I personally, man, I think I like Dialdo better than Macherie. I think straight up 1v1, I'll take Dialdo over Macherie all day. I know they're not 1v1ing each other, but I think Dialdo brings a little bit more to the comp. Now, there's obviously more to talk about here, right? Like you have a Balo on both sides. That's a huge deal. You have Keenblade. This is the first Keenblade activate we've seen today. How crazy is that? Here's calculated Rin from Bradley. Okay, decent damage, but not insane. Dialdo's going to follow that up with his limit break. Now, Void Crash from Dialdo. This is something that if you've been playing Dialdo recently, he loves to cast his limit break. It will give him a little bit of sustain through Regenerate, and it does decent damage, gives him that unit attack resist. He's going to be really, really hard to kill. He's got a lot of AoE resist. He's got a lot of magic resist. He's got a lot of single target resist. Here comes a magic AoE limit break from Macherie. Let's see what kind of damage this does. And there you go. Not very much to Dialdo. Unfortunately for Bradley, he was caught up in that. And now he's going to take calculated Rin. And Bradley for Jeff goes down. So even though Dialdo's out here doing Dialdo things, sometimes it doesn't matter if your King Bradley goes and stands next to him and ends up dead. Now, Hiso's Bradley does the ultimate Bradley thing and just pops CT up and gets to go 2 times out of 3, and that's OP. And now it's just over, right? Like, Balo's going to get his super proc right here. He's going to pop his protein powder steroids and come back at full HP and juiced up. But it's not going to matter, I don't think, because he's still got another Balo on the other side. Taunting Blade comes out from the other Balo. He shrugs it off. Okay. And look, guess what? Bradley's going to go for the 3rd time in 5 turns. Assault Blade comes out, not even super steroid Balo can survive Bradley. And Hiso picks up the win. We'll move on to the finals. Yep. Bradley is a good unit. There's water being wet one more time.
All right, good reference.
Yeah, I remembered from an hour ago. My memory's not that bad.
Hiso is the winner, so he will be moving on to the finals here. So we've got another semi-final match coming up very soon with let's go.
We got Cerebu. Cerebu and Shadow.
Yep.
Battle of the S's.
Getting sleepy?
Oh yeah. You're never not tired.
I guess
when
that's
you had like
true.
Yeah, I mean I'm just always tired, but you know what? I'm excited. I look forward to these nights, man. I really do.
Yeah.
Like this is, I did these every week back in the day, and then life got too busy, and I had to kind of cancel them. And now this is what I do for this, and I mean, shoot, I love it. I love it. Happy to be here, and I'm happy to be here with you, Justin. Even if we can't be, it'd be better if we were in studio with a live studio audience.
But there's no live studio audience.
Imagine that. A live studio audience. Be pretty cool.
I know that sometimes some games do it at like E3 or whatever.
Oh yeah. Okay. Well, now we got Shadow versus Cerebu coming up next. We might already have. We got a code already for that thing.
Do we? Let me see. I had to update some stuff here. Thank you for
Cerebu, a veteran of the tournament scene, one of the few players to play in more than one tournament. We already talked about Kiwi earlier. So will that veteran status help him overcome the playoff jitters? Well, I don't know, because it's an auto battle fight, so your units probably don't have those jitters. But hey, there it is. Shadow brings out the flag Glassy. Okay. Now, unfortunately for Shadow, is not running into an Earth team. It was a pretty safe bet, but Cerebu, favorite character Roth, 2-0 on stream with Roth. Maybe that flag Glassy should have been like secret ammunition for Hiso's Bradley in the grand finals, but you never know. Hey, pull it out now. If that's your best comp, if Flag Glassy's your girl, this is a semifinals. What are you waiting for? Bring out your big hitters. So happy to see her out here. She is one of my favorite units in the game. She's great. She's great. Okay, Cerebu has readied up. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I feel like I've never really given her a chance yet. I really like the wind element in general, but I just feel like I haven't given her a chance.
You know, back before most DPS units had some form of shield removal, she was popping AoE resist buffs with shields, and it was just like, okay, she ran in there with Jube, you couldn't kill either of them, and she's triple hitting you with her spear. And, you know, not everybody's building pierce resistance, so you're out there just destroying people, and it was great. Now, like with shield destroying effects, kind of more relevant. Yeah, that hurts her for sure. But she is very strong. She's got a lot of HP. She's hard to kill. She does a lot of damage and has decent range too. Like, does that sound like Bradley? Yeah, it does. Now, luckily in a 1v1 versus Bradley, she has that element advantage, which is also nice. Just that you have to go give the thumbs up. No, you don't. They started without the thumbs up. Right.
Oh no.
They're
sitting here.
they're finally there. Okay, I saw the thumbs up here.
Ooh, we got a Leela. Nice.
Oh, and a like Daria. That. Look at that. Okay. So one way now earlier, I was talking about how Wind does not have like a great SR unit or an R unit or something like that. So what they can do though is take advantage of a strong 70 cost unit like Halloween Little Leela, who was the original, like, I might be a 70 cost unit, but it's more like 100. You know, like, I mean, she could be evasion. She could do all the things back in the day. So here she is. You remember Evasion Little Leela from back in the day? Oh yeah, yeah. It was crazy. It was like Evasion Warrior of Light Little Leela teams, and it was all sorts of nuts. We also get to see something else we haven't seen all day here, which is both players starting in the opposite corner. Somehow, not once today have both players started on complete opposite sides of the map, despite how possible it is. Now, there's bells coming out from Glassy, so she will not have AP problems in this fight. Here's Roth, 14,000 HP. She's going to give herself a little bit more buffs and start moving in. Leela's passing out Protect. One thing about Little Leela is, you know, it's sort of a weakness of her. Maybe this is where her 70 cost starts to show up a little bit, is her buffs just feel old, right? Like Protect. It's just Protect. It's not
also
like
impossible to get the one that you want. You turn on Protect, then you go against a magic team. You turn on Shell, then you go against an attack team. You turn on both, and then she'll never, ever, ever leave.
Yeah, she's never moving. Exactly. You know, something else about Leela that's hard to predict is, like, right now there's a unit in her DPS range. There's also 2 injured allies. What's she gonna do? Is she gonna heal them, or is she gonna go hardcore DPS Leela? Let's see. We're going to find out right now.
They're over 50, so she'll DPS.
Yeah, she's going DPS. You're right. They were over 50, so she goes for Sephiroth. And, you know, hardcore DPS Leela does about 1,000 damage. There's Draining Seal from Dario. He gives himself a little bit of a heal there. And Spirit and Hate Up. That is nice. That was a big buff for Dario. Then there's the Triple Cross, right? That's the signature move for Glassy. Unfortunately, Roth was having none of it. I feel like this win team was more of a, I'm counting on going into Earth, then I'm going to be able to take down top tier dark meta. Sephiroth is out here doing a lot of damage. Leela, I mean, maybe even once you get through Roth or knock all of Roth's hate off, you still got a Leela back there waiting for you. Now, here we go. Halloween Little Leela gets a chance to heal, maybe. Let's see. Does she do it? Nah, she's going for the damage, dude. She's going to bring in the deeps. Okay, Shining Conviction comes through here. If she is healing, it's like Kiraga, and it's going to be too late, which will be unfortunate. Nope, it's Kira. Okay, so not Mathematician Leela? Yeah, I don't know. I don't think you leave Kira on. I like the instacast heals myself. Anyway, Sephiroth takes a little bit more damage, and then he kills 2 people, because that's what Sephiroth does. Well, Dario's on the path to the grave. Just, you know, he's just RPing himself from the story. It is Roth's turn next. Witch Strike comes in, does some damage right there. It's okay, Dario. Just hang in there, man. It's almost over. Kurata comes through. Man, he could. Anyway, Dario's back to about half HP. Sephiroth's turn. Hell's Gate comes out again. Dario's still hanging in there. Leela, dead. That's unfortunate. You often see Leela running zombie mask, zombie TMR. That is like I think that's almost necessary for Leela. Wouldn't have mattered here because Glassy was dead, but Serbu picks up the win with the Dark team. I think his Roth teams are currently still undefeated, right? Like, I don't think he's dropped a match.
Well, I don't know what happened before the
True.
Before the live stream began, but either way, he made it here, so must have gone well.
Yeah. And you know what? I'll give Serbu props for saying Roth's my favorite unit, and he's run it in every match we've seen. He just brings it out. Just Roth. Deal with this. Deal with this. Now, does she have Sephiroth helping out? Yes. And was Leela present in that last match?
That's what I told you.
She's
about
there.
ready to hit her 50% power spike.
her half a slime unit power spike.
Yes.
She's a late game half powerhouse.
She's just too slow to move anymore.
Yeah, she's pretty slow. I mean, I feel like you could take it. You really need to like TMR buff that thing out. Balo's pretty slow too, although he just got that nice buff. I don't know, man. Balo's the man. He is tough. I'm a big Balo fan, if you couldn't tell.
Just sort of thinking about Leela here. So back when I heard about Lucia, Halloween Lucia.
Okay.
I heard that she was going to be wind. I was very excited for it. It ended up being.
Huh.
That would
have
have
been
crazy.
two wind Halloween units.
Both 70 cost.
Yeah.
That's why I was excited. I was like, ooh. I guess
cost limited. Here we go. Yeah, instead they gave Dark another 70 cost. Dark does not need any more cost limited. Like, can we just stop giving Dark? Like, Dark has so many cost limited tools. It's crazy. And all they really need is Halloween Lucia. She's everything. So, man, oh man. Okay, so if you build your regular Leela all the way to 140, she has 47 base agility. Or whatever. She walks into no gear, no TMRs, no cars. 47. That's not fast.
Yeah, evidently.
I mean, it's pretty slow. Okay, let's compare that to Sephiroth. So Sephiroth, again, no gear or anything. You're looking at 64.
Okay, so about, what is that, 18 or 22? I don't remember exactly what number.
Yeah, I don't remember what Leela's was, but it's a lot more. 64, though, is not on that, like, top tier of speed. Like, there's units that are getting up near 70. So, Sephiroth, though, is fast. Now, let's look at Balo. Again, all this... I like to just find random stuff to talk about in between matches, just to keep... Yeah, you don't want dead air time, right? That's not good. So, Balo, who did just get... He has 10% agility in his master ability, but, like, that's still whatever. Okay. Balo, are you slower or faster than Leela? Oh my gosh. 37.
That's low.
That's very low. That's yes. One might say that's not fast. And one also might say that Bradley's a good unit. Anyway, Shadow comes back with a different team this time. Brings out the Perrine, 3169 on the attack. Is it Perrine Edward again? Probably. That's been a very popular team.
There's
a meta team.
So much overlap with those vision cards in those. I feel like they're both on like 3 or 4 vision cards. They're both on Perrine's card. They're both on Ed's card. I'm pretty sure they're both on the other FMA card that came.
Ooh, I don't know about that other one, but I know you're right about like that, like we were talking about. It was those cards that just tied it all together. Now, you need the good unit, right? Like, if the units are bad, it doesn't matter. Like, if anyway, I'm not gonna hate on 2 units and talk about them being on the card and how bad it is. Anyway, dude, Justin, it's your girl. It's Aerith coming out in this fight. It's Perrine Aerith uni. Forget the strike team. Forget the strike meta. We are just gonna go Sephiroth versus Aerith. A one-sided match is old as time. She doesn't even see it coming, and then next thing you know, Sephiroth's right there, and it slides out for Aerith. Now, Uni's gonna try and do a little work first, though. Actually, Uni, that's not a bad strategy, because Sephiroth cannot climb over that hill. So he's gonna have to walk all the way around, and Uni's gonna be raining arrows on him the whole time. Now, Leela is going to cast Zombie Transform.
I think Leela's going to see some tank play this game.
I do too. Now, available. This will help Sephiroth a lot. That AP restore with that shield's going to tank up a lot of Uni's damage. Aerith and Perrine are going to continue to stand back here next to each other and wait for a while until the fight kicks off. Aerith is in one of those spots where if you're an Aerith player, you're like, I wonder if she leaves. Like, she might stand here the whole game. Now, there you go. There's defense up with haste. I really like that upgrade to haste, by the way, that it gives defense up as well. Uni, continuing to do a little bit of damage, is about to find herself in a 1v1 against Roth. She does not win that 1v1. Shadow Dance. Very, very good skill right there. Into a Quicken. So we're going to see some Quicken shenanigans here. Here's Perrine. Is she in range yet? Nope. She gets quickened into nothing. That's unlucky. Just nobody was in range yet. Now, Hell's Gate from Sephiroth. 5673 damage to Perrine. She has herself heal. Will it proc there? No, not quite. Roth's going to move forward, double destruction. Uni can take a hit or two. So Uni hanging in there. But in this 2v2, you got Sephiroth Roth versus Uni and Perrine. And then Leela is coming someday, eventually. No, Justin says no, she's not. You know who's really not showing up for this fight, though? Is probably Aerith. Vortex Kit comes out. It's decent damage onto both. This water team just lacks the punch. Now, Aerith, okay, yeah, here it is. She's gonna, she gave herself haste, so she will now more quickly not leave that spot. Okay, look, I gotta say, look, like, I think it's a really cool thing to bring Aerith out here. And I don't even hate the idea, honestly. But the problem is, Aerith standing back there, if that corner is not the corner where this fight happens, she will literally never leave. She just won't leave. And that's what you're seeing. She could have gone out and healed Perrine right there. Maybe Perrine's still alive. Maybe the fight's a little bit different at that point. I don't know. But she didn't. Uni, it's evasion Uni, though. She's dodging the limit break right there from Roth. Uni might try to 1v3 this thing. Auto attack, 546 damage. If she is going to 1v3, she's got a long way ahead of her. Aerith moves. That's different. Now, Sephiroth, look. Oh,
that's
reflex?
her second.
Okay, that's her second reflex. She has 2 reflexes and a dodge. So this Uni is the tank for the water team. It's evasion tanking. Evasion tanking is a very scary thing. Aerith runs forward. That's third reflex. Right? She reflexed this? Yes, she did. Okay, Uni's unkillable. She's reflexing everything. Now, Leela does take a hit, and it's a decent hit. Uni actually hits her pretty hard. Can Aerith combo that for a kill? No. Aerith is magic damage, and that's a Leela. What's Aerith? Aerith's not healing. She's not killing anybody. She's going to heal Uni a little bit. Sephiroth comes in with Spirit Breaker, and Uni didn't need that heal because Uni was one-shot by Sephiroth no matter what. She goes down. Here comes Silencing Spell, and Silence does. Oh, that's really unfortunate. Aerith had a chance.
She wasn't going to do anything anyway.
You're right. She wasn't going to do anything anyway.
She was silenced out of the gate.
Aerith hit him with
I'm
your
being
stick.
a little hard on Aerith.
Well, here we go. Telluric Fury, 3 hits from Sephiroth will take Aerith down. To be fair, it's 2 more than it took in the original game. Cerebu picks up the win. What? What am I going to say?
Aerith, Sephiroth,
did nothing.
You've referenced it every other match, and then it happens.
Oh, I already referenced it in this one. I started with it.
But it actually happened.
It did, you're right. I ended it with it. I said 3 hits was 2 more than it took in the original game.
Oh, okay.
I mean, that's a
Maybe
reference to the.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you were looking for a different reference. Anyway, GG Cerebu, good win. Roth, 4-0 on stream.
Yeah, I think Cerebu did really well. I think. I don't know what Shadow had a really strong other match, so I'm a little confused by the Aerith and even the Win team. I don't know. It was just a little.
Yeah, I think the Win team was a hope. Like, hey, I just saw Bradley beat Bradley. I'm not going to go lose to Bradley. And you didn't lose to Bradley. You lost Sephiroth and Roth. And so then the second one might have just been like maybe what Shadow said is, I don't have anything that can beat that team.
Mm-hmm.
So, or I don't have anything prepped that can beat that team. So I'm going to play stuff I like. I like Aerith. I'm on Square Enix's live stream right now. Let me give my girl a chance. And you and I, Justin, have been sitting here talking a lot about her as a unit, about healers. And he just said, you know what? I feel motivated. I'm going to give her a chance to shine. But
I would have liked to have seen an Ayaka in there too, but imagine if we had Ayaka instead of Uni. We would have had a different finals going on.
No, Uni was the MVP for that water team. Uni was out. Uni a triple reflex.
But Uni didn't do anything except stand there and dodge.
He did the most damage on anybody on that team. It wasn't much, but it was a lot more than Aerith did.
Yeah, but that Perrine still would have been alive. That's all I'm saying.
No.
Yes.
No. You could have you could triple support.
Imagine a nice immobilize. Game over.
Real question.
On Leela?
Real question. Let's say that Shadow hacked the game and was able to go Perrine, Aerith, Ayaka, and a third healer. A 4 versus 3.
Okay.
Does that 4-person team beat that dark team? It has to be a healer.
Yeah, easily.
No way.
Yeah.
Nope. Because once Perrine dies, it's over.
I don't know. You get Yuna in there.
Space chicken? Sephiroth's going to cut that space chicken up and take him to Kentucky and fry him up and put him in a bucket. And it's going to be KFC for days. Okay.
Okay, but what healer?
Good.
What healer would actually make a big difference? I'm trying to run through all the healers in my brain here, but
I don't think it exists. Like, if you go into the water element, nope. Nah, there's not one. Ildira doesn't really count. Although, I would still say you put Ildira in there, it wouldn't matter. It's still not changing anything.
Ildira. Oh, I mean, is she a healer? To me, she
heals.
To me, she's water slash chaining stuff. That's how I see it.
Wait, Lena, I'd have given you the Lena Ayaka plus Aerith Perrine combo. Wouldn't have mattered.
Well, I didn't want to say her because she kind of like Ayaka. She's wind.
Okay. Let's see.
We're gonna be jumping actually into the finals here in just one moment.
How about Velis? That's about the best healer out there. No, that wouldn't matter.
Oh, I forgot. You know, I actually always forget about him.
Yeah, he's good.
We jump on in here.
Okay, good. They're ending my looking at every healer in the game misery, because I'm not a huge lover of the healers. So, yeah, heck, you probably could have given her 4. A 5-person team with 4 healers and Perrine. Sephiroth just going just drop bombs. Now, yeah, all the vision card buffs would have helped. Anyway, as soon as we're into the match, I'll start doing that. There we go. Okay, look, this is not a surprise at all. Hiso goes with the Bradley. That is, look, I mean, Hiso knows what got him here. And it was this Bradley comp. This Bradley's a monster. Suribu knows what got him here. It was the Raph Sephiroth comp. They're both going to bring it out. This will be a very telling fight because for Suribu, we've seen nothing else. And for Hiso, we haven't really seen anything else work. So one of them will have their best thing dethroned. I guess Hiso has run a dark team that picked up 1 win, but really, if we're being real, he got here on the back of King Bradley. So let's see it. Let's see it. Belos here as well. Queen Macherie. This is Hiso's special Earth team. And then it is the exact same team we've been seeing from Suribu. First mover in the game is going to be Cerebu. I believe this will be the Sephiroth going first. He's going to pop momentum, give himself that reaction block rate and haste, moves towards the middle of the map, towards that Balo, drawn a little aggro in the beginning. Poise comes out from Bradley. That's his physical damage buff and his courage. Roth going to go ahead and give herself a little bit more survivability. Spirit of Horde comes out from Mashari, and there's the Undying Wall from Roth. Now, those resists won't really work well against Earth, but still, she's harder to kill than she was before. There's the buff from Balo. He's going to eat a silencing spell. He's silenced, but that won't matter to him a lot. It's interesting that Leela's the first one to do damage in this fight. That's the first time we've seen that. Octo Slash comes out from Cerebu onto the Balo. It's going to do 74.59. It does remove Courage and Re-Raise, but remember, Balo's a special case. Let's see if he still comes back right here. Roth's going to knock him. Oh, not quite knock him down. He's going to live, and then she takes the counterattack for Bradley. Mashari not in range yet. Going to give herself the shield with agility up, and it's Sephiroth's turn again. 39 AP. Everybody's grouped. This is probably a preemptive counterattack. Gate. There's huge damage across the whole team. Down goes Balo. So the removal of the re-raise is a big deal there. Comes into play early, but everybody's grouped up for Bradley into Queen Mashari. Queen's Gambit comes out. This could be a triple kill. Let's see. Nope. The only one who lived was Leela. Roth does have re-raise, so she comes back to life, gets her AoE resist up. But do Roth and Leela have the damage to finish off Mashari and Bradley? Well, they could kill Mashari. She goes down, but she has re-raise. Now, does Leela have any sort of big damaging spell at her kit? She's going to go a silencing spell. She does silence Mashari. That'll be a big help. How much AP does Bradley have left? 21. It's enough to kill Leela, but not enough to do a big AoE attack and also take out Roth. It's Roth's turn. Mashari silenced, so she can't cast spells. Does Roth have a big AoE attack right here? Does Roth have something in the bank to kill them both? Double Destruction comes out. And Cerebu's unit, does she do it? No, CT up puff for Bradley. His courage goes up. So Bradley's going to get another turn. But guess what? 9 AP. He can't do a spell. He's going to give himself haste. He's going to advance forward. Can Roth get him? Does she have the range? She steps up. She's going to begin channeling a spell. Channeling a spell is not what you want to do. It needed to be instant. The channeling time gets her. And Bradley sneaks around the side. And the Clash of Titans. The two teams that have looked unbeatable. It is a 1 HP difference. Bradley, with 1 HP after his courage pop, kills Roth, who was about to kill him with her channeling spell. It doesn't get much closer than that. It doesn't get much closer to that. GG. Kiso 1, Cerebu 0. Best of 5, though. Gotta win 3 to advance this time. Let's kick it to the analyst desk to break down that fight.
Yeah, that was a... things got really hot and heavy there right at the end. That silence on Mashari... almost there.
Yes.
I mean, we just had this exact same conversation with almost the same people, but that Bradley, a few reincarnations less, would have died from half.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Now, and like, I wonder there too, okay, so I'm going to pull up Roth's kit a little bit right here, because she went with a channeled spell. Now, I am building Roth myself, but slowly, so I have not got her finished yet. I wonder, does she have something she could have done right there without a cast time that would have killed him? Double Destruction has no cast time. Had she already used that 3 times? I don't know. She's used it at least once or twice. If she had that still in the bag, that ends the fight in a victory for her. But she was going with something like Release from Life or something else. Witch Strike has no cast time, but maybe she wasn't in range for that. She has all Scholar things have a little bit of cast time. She has Spellblade. She probably wouldn't run Spellblade. Her Limit Break. Man, that's where right there, that's where auto PvP can rise up and bite you. Because there was definitely moves in her kit that kill Bradley right there without a cast time. I think he was in range for all of them. But the AI went with a channeling spell. And then Bradley had just enough move, get around to the side, lunge in, GG.
Yeah, if this was manual, right? Like that Raph would have just booked it the other direction.
Yeah. Oh yeah. About it. Yeah. Bye.
So
yeah, you start channeling the spell and you leave because you could channel that spell from next state over.
Yeah, there was like a really random lag spike that happened in the middle of that. Very odd. If anything is desynced, I apologize.
Oh, like on your end? Did the hurricane arrive?
Oh, maybe. Maybe we had like a weird power fluctuate. I doubt it. But there was like a very split second where it went.
Huh, I did not see that on my end. At least I don't think I did.
Yeah. Everything looks normal, so.
Okay.
Anyway, we're jumping into the second match here. I'll try to work on it.
Well, guess what? We're going to do it again. Here we go. Hiso and his Bradley, Surabu and his Roth. Hey, it was so close that time. You know what? Why not? Why not? Now, I don't know. I did not memorize attack and magic values, but I'm pretty sure Hiso's running the same team. Surabu, there's more magic this time. Maybe pulling out something a little bit different. If nothing else, we'll go with initial placement differently. Maybe you can pull that Sephiroth forward and expose him to, or I'm sorry, maybe you could pull that Bradley forward and expose him to some damage before he can get, fully online. That could be a play. I don't know. We will see. Both players are readied up, and then we'll jump into this match in a moment. Dang, I never can do it, man. I always try to time it just perfectly for that, and let's start, and it never works out. That's okay. They're just trolling me at this point. They're watching the stream. They're listening. Or maybe they are listening, but there's like a little bit of a delay, and so they're trying to hook me up, but
I don't think I thumbs up.
Oh, Justin got me again. No thumbs up. It's a collaborative effort to make it not to make my timing up.
Sorry.
It's okay. I forgive you.
But we will actually be having an interview with both of them.
Right.
Here very soon. After the conclusion of the finals here, we can get thoughts from both of them. I've got a request from you, Auronnj, if we could do this very quickly.
Yeah.
Would you mind turning your camera off and then back on very quickly?
My camera off and back on? Yes. Like in yeah, I can do that.
Hurry.
I will do it right now.
Well, you could have just done it on Zoom, but it's okay.
Oh, I turned it physically off and back on. So something did happen then if that's messed up, but okay.
Did you turn it back on?
We're
in the middle of the match.
It is at it's turning back on right now. It's back on.
Will impede me. To arms.
Are we good?
Darkness.
Anyway, okay, we'll see. People just need to hear me, not see me. Raph moves forward, double destruction comes out onto the Bradley. They did lure the Bradley into range very early this time, so that is different. Hiso's rocking the Balo Mashari Bradley over here. Leela gonna go zombie transformation, so she'll be a little bit harder to kill. Almost 13,500 HP on her. 69 AP left on Bradley. There's a reflex. There's something different that did not happen the first fight. Sephiroth has reflex to move, and now will engage the enemy with full health with his Octo Slash. So, limit break coming in. What kind of damage will we get? Big damage. Courage removes across the board. But Bradley does the ultimate Bradley thing and pops his CT up. Roth will still get to go before him, but Roth needs to do an instant cast thing right here. Oh, Roth gets preemptively countered. Double destruction. That is an instant cast thing. What does this look like when it's done? It looks like Bradley and Mashari on the ground. And yep, all of a sudden, it's Balo versus 3. Balo's going to eat the 5,200 damage from Sephiroth's little, I feel like Sephiroth snaps his fingers right there. That was over in a heartbeat, man. That thing was quick. So Sephiroth takes down Balo to end that fight and quickly evens things up at a game apiece. 1-1. We are now essentially in a best of 3. Nice.
Yes, that was a very quick match. Surabu, way to go. We're at 1-1. So we'll see what's going on here. It's best of 3, right? So not best of, or
no, it's a best of 5, but
3 wins, best of 5. Yes.
But at 1-1, you're essentially now walking. You basically just shorten the series now.
Oh, that's true. Right.
Best of 3. But was that double speed again, by the way?
I think so.
Okay, well, it's fine.
I believe so.
No,
it's not fine. Those are the rules.
Okay, follow the rules. Anyway, I guess if there's one rule you're not going to follow, that one at least has 0 impact on the outcome of the match. At least that one doesn't harm anything. It's
okay, do me a favor.
Okay.
Turn your camera off on Zoom.
On Zoom.
Just click camera off and turn it back on.
I did that. just now.
Okay. We'll see. Chat, let me know. There was also, we kind of said this on stream, but since we were sitting here waiting for a second.
So yeah, whatever that like lag spike was or whatever must have like jacked up the because like I'm looking at myself in the Zoom call and I'm looking at your screen, right? Because that's what I like watch, and it looks fine to me.
Right.
But I don't have I have the chats open, but I don't have an actual stream open. I'll go look at one. Let me see what kind of pose I'm holding here. This will be worth looking at.
The camera is still delayed. That's very weird. I don't.
Yeah, so whatever.
Somebody possessed the computer.
Whatever that little, whatever that. Do you want me to just turn my camera off if it's bothering people that my mouth is delayed?
No.
Okay.
Maybe you could leave and then rejoin. That might work.
The Zoom?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do it very quickly.
I will, very quickly.
Anyway, here's the bracket. As you guys can see, we got Hiso versus Surabu. 1-1 each. So we'll be diving on into this very quickly. Getting 2 times speed turned on. Hopefully. He's joining back.
Okay, I'm back.
Hi.
Hello.
Thank you. Let me pin you here.
All right. Stream. Am I still doing a Bruce Lee impression? I don't know what that means, by the way. But
I think it's because, like, in a lot of dubs or something like the.
Oh. Yes. All right. I mean, you guys are
very...
lucky, okay? You guys don't know, but I'm actually speaking a different language the whole time, and then it's being live dubbed. That is impressive. Yeah, Kung Fu Theater. This is a... Yes. Okay, we saved this special bit for the finals. I'm going to turn mine on. I want to listen to this. Okay, I'm going to...
Wait, what are you turning on?
Oh, I'm trying to see if I can...
audio?
Yeah, I was trying to see if I could hear myself on stream, but I have it set up so that I can't. Don't want that feedback loop, but...
We're actually jumping on into the
good
match here. So your camera will be small down.
Okay.
Or maybe you could just delay what you're. Maybe you could do like a ventriloquist. Just delay what you're saying with your lips.
Ooh.
You know what I'm trying to say?
Like imagine if that's like imagine having the skill to independently control the sound you were making and your mouth movement.
I've seen a few videos on Instagram, so I know it's possible.
Wow.
They like walk up to people, they're like, "Hey, how's it going?" And the guy's like, "What?"
Yeah, I mean, I could. Now, see, now I'm just doing it on purpose. I'm just trolling. Okay, I'm gonna not do that. I can't do it. I was thinking about if I could. It's not even gonna happen. But I digress.
That was a good attempt.
It was, okay. I don't know what that little lag spike was, but I definitely believe you that it was real now.
Yeah, I don't know. It just went, and then Zoom popped up and said, "Performance issues."
Huh.
I don't know. Everything stream looks good. Didn't drop any frames. Zoom. I don't know. Come on in Zoom. Come on in Zoom.
Yeah. All right. Now, guess what? Iso's running Bradley. Surabu's gonna...
I think we ran into an issue here.
Did we? Okay, I'm sorry.
We're gonna double check.
Let's see. The issue was probably that okay, a real issue this time. Okay. And I'll say the issue was probably that like one of the players put it on 1.5 times speed and they're like, "Oh no. Can't do that. We got to go double speed." Oh wait. Yeah. Anyway.
Perhaps.
Well, what new thing? What new thing can we talk about now? I feel like we've exhausted a lot of topics already tonight, but
there is no code word. I apologize. And yes, perhaps restarting Zoom would help, but I don't want to do that because there's a lot of stuff hanging on it.
No. Justin cannot restart Zoom because if Justin restarts Zoom, this thing is going. It's going to explode.
Yes. Could have a cascading effect.
Yes. I am the guest into the stream, so therefore I'm just one thing in and out. He's hosting the whole dang thing.
We're hosting it together. But I am running it from.
That's what I meant. Yeah.
Up here. So.
There we go.
I've got a command center here of screens and laptops and tablets. So yeah, we'll be hopefully jumping into the next match very soon.
How many monitors do you run, Justin? On like your PC? How many monitors on the PC?
So on my real PC, I have my normal PC and then I have an ultra wide and one, so just 2 monitors.
Okay, so the ultra wide, is it one of those ones that's like curved a little bit, like it's got the curve going? Do you like that? Is it nice?
Oh, I love it.
Okay.
It's not a super ultra wide, so it's not like 2 monitors stuck together. It's just a little bit wider.
Uh-huh.
But I would say I cannot use my computer without it.
Really, man. I like looked at those the other day, and I was just like weirded out by it. I'm like, I don't know if I trust that ultra wide.
It's a little interesting. It's a little interesting at first, but you get used to it and then you love it. Like it's especially good for like top-down games. If you're top-down games, you get extra vision,
dude.
Or in general, some other games work pretty well, or whatever. You just get a lot more real estate. It's nice. But from this in my office, I have a laptop here that I have my laptop screen, and then I have another monitor, and then my camera, and another laptop tablet.
So many screens, but different devices.
Yes.
Okay.
Is this very early or late where you live? It's 8 p.m., so neither.
Yeah, 8 p.m. is a good time. So yeah, it's 10 p.m. here, 8 p.m. on the West Coast, 11 p.m. on the East Coast, 10 p.m. in the Central Coast. We don't have a coast. No, we don't. You go straight down, I suppose, get to the Gulf. But yeah, not a coast. 9 p.m. Mountain Time. What time is it in Hawaii?
I don't know if they time changed. I know they're generally 3 hours behind, so maybe it's like 5 o'clock over there.
They might have evolved beyond daylight savings time, the thing that we all should just do.
So where technically a state is not allowed to be in daylight savings time permanently, they can only opt out of it.
Yeah, either way. I mean, just don't change.
No, not either way.
Well, no, I'm just saying I don't care. Like, I'm just saying, like, I just don't. All I know is I really don't like when at just one night during the year, they're like, hey, no, you don't sleep as long this night.
That's true. I heard there's a lot more like heart attacks and stuff.
Probably.
So yeah, just waiting to get the room set up. I apologize, everybody. Just a few more moments here. But yes, this is a worldwide championship. Next stream that we're going to be doing is going to be hosted in the European region. So it'll be bright and early here in the US.
Yep.
I don't know what time it'll be. Probably late at night over in the Asian time zones.
Yeah, that makes sense. And that will be on September the 16th. September 16th.
So about 1 month from now.
Yeah.
That will be a manual tournament, I believe.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what we have going on then. The signups are going to be starting today for the Ovis Cup. So prepare for that and sign up. I would like to see everybody signing up for that. As these tournaments go on, the people signing up tend to dip a little bit, maybe due to time zones, that sort of stuff. People that are in Europe, sign up for your Ovis Cup.
Yeah, manual.
But you don't have to be in Europe to sign up for that.
Right.
Yes. Sorry.
And I feel like manual, you have a better chance of making it too. Like, I think manual has fewer signups in general. So it is a bit of a RNG to get in. So, yeah.
Even if you don't know how to do manual PvP, show up anyway.
Yeah.
You get a t-shirt, you get a title.
You might match against other people who aren't great at manual and beat them. Is there anybody that you know personally, Justin, that you would like to see in the manual tournament? Like, you just know them, they're a great manual player, And you're like encouraging them to join?
No, I don't. I feel like I don't know a lot of the manual players too well. Plus, I think a lot of them have already been in.
Oh, okay.
I wish Raindell would apply because he was my sensei way back in the day. We did a live stream.
I remember that.
Mentoring me
Yes.
on the canyon map.
Uh-huh. Oh, yeah. That was a long time ago.
Yeah, it was. I was using Lara Croft. I remember talking to him before the stream started. And he's like, I know all the units, kits, and everything like that. And I was like, okay. I was like, I have Lara. And he's like, ooh, I actually don't know Lara.
He's like,
I was like, I can go over a kit real quick. And he's like, don't worry about it. It's good. I got it under control. Okay. So we did it live.
yeah, he made a lot of content for the game back in the day. He still puts out an occasional video, you know, just about like his class matches or something like that. He was a big class match fan. I'm sure he probably still is a big class match fan. Let's get you know who we should get to join next time? Your guildy Dejin TP. Get him in there. Get Dejin in.
To manual?
Yeah, have Dejin manual it up.
Yeah, I know he's in here. So Dejin, start lifting weights.
Yes.
That's what he told me back in the day before I joined the guild. He was like, "You been lifting weights? Are you ready to join?" I was like, "Okay."
You look sure.
All right, so we have a little bit of an update here. Surubu is going to be getting 1 extra point due to a violation of the rules a little bit. Hiso side, so we are going to be giving 1 match point to Surubu. So the score is going to be 1 Hiso to Surubu. So this next match could potentially be match point for Surubu if he does come out victorious. Or Hiso could come back and tie it up.
Yep.
So technically, we've done 3 matches already. 2 points for Surubu, 1 point for Hiso, and we will be going into the 4th match here very soon.
There we go. Okay. So yeah, I know it's like at the beginning of the streams, it might feel like we spend a little bit of time going over the rules. Like it might seem like a lot of slides. It might seem like, hey, why are they talking about all this again? But we talk about it before every single tournament, because when you get into a room, and this is a rule that, like, I'll take credit for this, I cooked this rule up years ago, is it was one of the only ways to ensure you're not sniping your opponent's team. And like, I'm not accusing anybody of doing anything here. I'm just saying, like, once you're in the room with the opponent, you can tell, like, you get to see what their first unit is, you can see their attack and magic values, and it's very easy to then go into, like, make a small tweak, change a vision card, change an Esper, something like that can give you an advantage. Now, it could simply just be, and it probably, like, a benefit of the doubt, right? A big benefit of the doubt guy. I'm going to assume that, like, Hiso was probably just didn't have the right thing equipped or didn't have the right vision card on. So just swapped it real quick. But hey, once you're in the room, that's why we make the rules. So it was just decided to give a point to Surubu. And there we go.
Indeed.
2-1.
Moving on very quickly here. So we will be jumping into match 4 very soon, actually. I thought it was ready, but not yet. So jumped the gun. I'm sorry.
All right. Yeah, we're trying to track everything in chats too over here. So that's why you have not got. I'm sorry, chat. You have not gotten a super interesting story about something semi-related to War of the Visions during this. But we're trying to keep our eyes on the prize. Will they? Yes, they will. I would say, will they run the exact same teams again? Yes. Yes, they will. So, Hiso bringing out the Earth team, Surubu bringing out the Dark team, Surubu doing a little initial placement here. How important, one thing we might figure out, how important was the reflex from Sephiroth last time? I don't know that it made a huge difference. Like, I feel like when that last match ended, Sephiroth was not close to dead, but he did still reflex the first opportunity he had to take damage, which was a RNG tip in his favor. So if you're Hiso, you could think, hey, that's probably not going to happen again. If you're Surubu, you're like, yes, it is. It's going to happen 3 times, and I'm going to take home the Wezette Cup Championship on the back of some reflex shenanigans. Now, because this is auto, both of these players have already qualified for the grand finals, correct? I believe that is right. So,
Yes.
here we go. Both players will have a chance to play each other again, or other players again, no matter what. Here comes Veil of Woe for Cerebro, so get that AP restore, get that shield online. My personal favorite Sephiroth buff right there. Queen Ma Cherie doing the thing that's got her killed a few times today, where she begins by stepping forward, getting her buff online. But initial placement is very, very different in this fight. This time, Sephiroth and Raph are way off to the left, and over by themselves is who? Over by themselves is Leela. So Leela might get a very early chance to do some tanking, I guess is what I'm saying. Now, she's
That's
gonna
what
pop.
I said last time.
That's right, you did. That's right. Now, she does pop Zombie Transform, so if she does get too early of a chance, she will revive one time unless that gets removed. Octoslash going to come out for Sephiroth here. The Limit Break, he's going to drop a big sword bomb and then look away from explosions like cool people do. Courage and re-raise off of Balo, and he's sitting at about 55-60% HP. Calculated Rend onto the Leela. She's also sitting about right there. Both of the SR tanks starting off with a good show, taking a lot of damage from the enemy and living to tell about it. Okay, it's Ma Cherie's turn. Now, Leela is very good against magic, but she still took 4,000 damage right there from the Ma Cherie into the calculated Rend from Bradley, and we're going to get to see that re-raise come through immediately for Leela. So good for her for having it, but the Earth team is grouped. Sephiroth is going to get a chance to do some AoE damage. His specialty right here. Let's see what he goes for. He's got Balo still to worry about. He's going to step up, go Hell's Gate. Ma Cherie and Balo will be the targets. Balo's HP bar reaches 0. Balo goes down into the double destruction from Raph. Queen Ma Cherie will also go down. Does she still have re-raise? Yes, she does. She will come back. So Leela, Raph, Sephiroth still alive, but Bradley, crucially, sitting there with a whole lot of HP left and a whole lot of anger. 21 AP. What's he got? Assault Blade for the Raph. It almost kills her. She does live. That's important. Ma Cherie gets to go again. What is this CT for Ma Cherie, though? She's got speed on her side. She takes down Raph, who has re-raise. So all the re-raises at this point, I believe, are popped. It's Sephiroth's turn. He's got 2 targets. They're next to each other. He specializes in this sort of thing. Hell's Gate comes out, 6,800 on Ma Cherie. She goes down. Bradley goes down to about 5-10%, but guess what? CT up, because that's what Bradley does. It's not quite enough, though, to give him his 3rd turn before Raph goes. But, oh, we've seen this movie before. Raph is channeling a spell right in front of Bradley, but this time Bradley has no AP. He will be released from life by Raph. That is a win. Cerebro picks it up. GG. That means it's a 3-1 victory for Cerebro in what was all close matches, honestly. Well, every one of them but the forfeit was very, very close. So, hey, good showing right there. 2, I believe, Justin, you and I both said we're probably going to see Sephiroth. We're probably going to see Bradley. We not only saw them, they both showed up in a huge way today. And I got to give Cerebro props for sticking with his girl, Raph. She didn't look great early. Like, I thought she was on some weaker looking dark teams, but he knows what to do. He knew how to play her. She got in there, did her thing. And that is the 2nd place winner from the very first tournament you and I ever did together. He is now, our little boy's all grown up. He's 1st place winner now. So there we go.
Yes, indeed. Congratulations, Cerebro. Very good showing. Very strong. Ran basically the whole team during the tournament, which is, I think that really goes into the sort of manipulation that you can do within the game. As far as changing abilities, placement, and everything else, it's all very important. Cerebro really showed that it is important enough to win tournaments.
Oh yeah, it definitely was. The Leela was also good. She tanked just enough, and she did the thing you were kind of talking about, where she was just like back there. Like the reason she wasn't grouped is because she'd only taken 1 turn, and during that turn she just put re-raise on. She's like, "Oh, I'm gonna die, but I'm gonna come back once," and she did. And every time they come back, that's one more time you got to attack them. And if they're far away from your team, that's one more attack that does not get pulled into the squad.
Yep. So we'll be actually having an interview with both of them here very soon. So stick around for that. We can get some thoughts into their process, see what was going on in their mind.
Yes.
Both of these players honestly have very good showings.
Oh yeah, and both, like we said, both qualified for the grand finals. Like I think,
Yes.
yes, winning would be great. You get the trophy, you get the title, but the biggest prize, that 100,000 viewer grand prize, that's floating out there somewhere in December, I believe. November.
Yeah, so question here in chat, really.
Okay,
quickly.
sure.
They asked if he took second place in the previous tournament. He took second place in a tournament that wasn't part of the championship. We were doing like a beta test at the beginning of the year. It was called like the New Year's PvP tournament. He took second place in that. Since that was outside of the championship and there was like a beta test, he qualified to enter.
That's correct. And that's why like Kiwi Sings was also in that tournament and won that tournament, but then showed up at like I think the very next tournament we had was the European Auto tournament. I believe Kiwi was in that. And I don't remember what I don't think he did not win that one. He might have got set. I don't remember what Kiwi got in that, but yeah. Yep, no problem.
But yeah, so we'll be doing an interview here very soon, just getting it all set up, checking microphones. You know how it goes. We've done it before. Was he in the Asia tournament? I mean, he's in that time zone.
Yeah, it would have made more sense for him to be in the Asian tournament because he's not in New Zealand.
He's in New Zealand.
I mean,
it's that same time zone.
Yep. Who we starting with? Yeah, let's do this. Yeah, Hiso first. That would make sense. Second place finisher. All right.
It sounds like they're ready. So let's dive on into the Discord here. So remember to mute yourself on Zoom if you could, please.
Wait, you don't want my delayed voice plus an echo?
It'll be interesting to see if that actually happens. Yeah, let's go.
Boys in Discord.
So we're going to be interviewing Hiso here. Hopefully everybody can hear me. Looks like your microphone is working.
Hiso, hello, we meet again.
Good to see you again.
Hey, good showing today. That way to ride the Bradley train, right?
Yeah, apologies for the disconnect. We have a hurricane in Southern California, and I lost Wi-Fi, so I wasn't getting the text messages that you guys were sending, and I wasn't able to post my the other comp to the judge before after I switched, because I was going to switch and then post it to you guys, but we had a Wi-Fi disconnect due to the hurricanes out here. So I apologize for that, and I also want to just congratulate Sherbu for winning the tournament. Good matches. It really it was a good fight.
Yeah,
it was very high energy. I think both of you guys had a very strong showing today.
Yeah, the hurricane picked a bad weekend to hit us.
For sure. Well, it threw my voice, Justin had a little hiccup over there too or something, and it threw my voice into kung fu mode where my mouth is now moving at a different rate than my words. So, you know, there it is. But yeah, so
but
go ahead, Justin. Go ahead. You go for it.
No, you go ahead.
All right. So, I was going to ask, what's the thought behind the team? But I really wanted to ask about Balo, because Balo, that man was tough to kill. So is that a fully reincarnated Balo? Hurricane winning again?
So
we might have got confirmation of the hurricane. Well, hey, I know we're joking about the hurricane, but everybody out there, seriously, be safe. I don't know if it's going to be, last I heard, it wasn't going to be devastatingly bad, but we have big storms out here where I live all the time too. They're very capable of knocking out your power and then most devastatingly your internet. So it's hard to live.
We don't have that problem here.
Oh man, well you guys are in for a treat. Let me tell you, not really. There's a lot of nights where I go to bed and I'm like, come on, I got to do a video in the morning. Just stop storming. Come on, please. So yeah.
That sounds great. He's still in the channel though, so we're going to just hang on for a few moments here and see if he comes back.
Yeah, apologies. I'm on
Oh.
cellular now.
Okay, you good?
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, I took myself off of Wi-Fi.
All right.
Okay. Well, welcome back. Anyway, Auronnj, if you could with your question,
Oh yeah.
please.
So
Yeah,
my question,
yeah.
the Balo question. Did you hear the question?
Yeah, I did. I
Okay.
did hear the question. Yeah, so I tried to rush him today, but I couldn't get much on it because I was running out of elemental all crest for Earth. You know, and it wasn't bonus day, so I used up all my energy, but still only got him to like, I don't know, 14 reincarnations or something. I was actually trying to run Naya with 2 Earth 100 unit comps, but it wasn't turning out so well. So then I switched to the Balo comp because it was doing much better.
He
And that's
showed
why,
up.
yeah, his re-raise and full HP re-raise is pretty amazing.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That was great. Okay, so we were talking about, Justin and I were talking at the beginning when reincarnation first came out. I felt like, I mean, Leela, like SR Leela, was one of the most reincarnated units in the game, right? So like when I see one of those in competitive play, I just kind of assume, I'm like, yeah, SR scrolls. Somebody probably threw those at her. But for you, you were playing a Sephiroth Leela team, and then you also played some Bradley teams. So like, how much reincarnation went into those units? Because you had a match where I believe it was your Sephiroth. This was early on in the broadcast. It was against the Ice Missile team. It was the craziest match of the day. That Ice Missile team just opened up, and then Sephiroth walked out there with like 128 HP and killed them all.
Yeah, yeah. And if it wasn't for that reflex, I might have lost that one too. So there was some RNG involved there. But yeah, Sephiroth is max reincarnated. Bradley's max reincarnated. SR Leela is max reincarnated. Now Lucavi and Chocoboss know. I'm sure it wasn't a secret. Yeah, they're all max reincarnated. I mean, I think the game has become a reincarnation game now. And if you want to compete in the top 10, you kind of have to go, go hard on the units that you're likely going to use for your offense and defense.
Yeah. So I'll ask you a question about that. Just like if you were giving advice to somebody who, let's say they're starting an account, maybe they're a new player, maybe they're starting another account, something like that. Would you say would you say it'd be to their benefit to wait a few months to reincarnate something until they could take it all the way to the top, and that way make sure they're getting like their newest best unit reincarnated? Or would you suggest to them to like maybe try to spread those out among their PvP team?
It really depends upon what their goal is. If their goal is to finish PvE content and be able to clear things that are more challenging for them, they may get some more benefit from doing it early. If they want to, if they're more frugal and want to, conserve and not spend Visior on reincarnations, then they can save. But I would, I think, for the enjoyment of the game, it's a lot more fun when you do the reincarnations and have units that can actually, clear some of the more difficult, content that we've been getting, like the reliquary quest that we've been getting. It does help if you have reincarnated units in your comps.
Oh yeah, those things are hard, man. Like
yeah, absolutely.
Like they're hard. Good. Okay, Justin, you got anything?
Yeah, I was just sort of wondering. So, what led you to landing on the Balo composition? And were there any other like element teams that you tried out?
I did.
Other than the Naya that you mentioned.
Yeah, I tried wind, I tried ice, I tried other things, but I assumed that dark was going to be very heavy in the competition, and I thought that the earth comp was probably the best counter besides light. And there's some challenges with the light comp with the cost restrictions that we had for this cup. I don't think you had them last cup, but for this cup we had the cost restrictions, and that made running light a little bit more challenging.
I was very surprised to see as much Valentine's Day Miranda as I did. Like, it's a unit that I like, but I don't know that I ever considered her like top of the tier charts. So yeah, but I thought she performed okay. She looked fine. Yeah. So I agree.
The best light comp that I tested was a 220 cost unit comp with, I think it was Sakura, Locke and Mariel.
Okay.
I was clearing like I would have cleared Sherbu's comp with that comp.
Yeah, now that's because that's a pure anti-dark comp right there, right?
Yeah, pure
Like,
anti-dark, 220 cost, like way under budget, but did its job. So I mean, I could have run that, but I wanted to get the full 240 in there.
yeah. Well, and if you run that and all of a sudden you're against Bradley, you should just DC.
Right, exactly.
Just quit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like, how many teams do you have on deck? Like, you had a strong showing from Dark and Earth, obviously. Do you have any like backup ones?
Yeah, I had 6 teams on deck.
Oh, okay.
I didn't really need ones, but I had 6 teams on deck.
Cool.
So, like, did you do? This is a bit of a rhetorical question, but you did a lot of preparation, obviously, with your guild before going into this. So
no, I just did. I just
share
did
a little insight.
A lot of free match mocking. So
yeah,
so it wasn't. There wasn't any kind of you don't do it in the guild battle or anything. You just kind of do free.
Oh, right.
Yeah. So
with guild members over.
Yeah. To prep, there are people who provided some advice, and I want to give a shout out to Quistis and Kami of Visiport, who helped me out with some of the suggestions that they had, and we have some really talented people in the guild who I think are better than me at this game, and so I learned from the best, being in Visiport from those guys. Yeah.
Awesome.
All right, cool. Well, do you have any final words? Maybe another shout out to anybody in your guild or anything like that?
Well, I just want to give a shout out to the whole Visiport family. Visiport reincarnated. I'm retired. And Shibu-sen, who's also part of our family. We've come a long ways, and I'm really thankful for the community that we have. It makes the game much more fun. We recently had the Realm Scourge multiplayer quest, and it was really nice to see a bunch of people coming together to help clear those quests for some of the weaker players who might not be able to do it solo or trying to find a match. So I think that in terms of suggestions, I think if we could do more of those types of things, it would really bring the community together and help kind of keep the game alive. Especially,
I have seen a lot of people banding together for this.
Yeah, especially in light of the kind of the road to worldwide issues that we've been seeing. We really appreciate those types of multiplayer content that encourages collaboration, and just people coming together to help each other.
Yeah. Yep. I remember doing I tried Realm Scourge on stream, went 1 for 2. Like, literally wiped and I was like on stream and I was like, oh, this is really hard if you can't coordinate it live. I did try it with 4 Lucios though. That was really a bad idea. Don't try that. That's
interesting.
That did not
Which
work.
one?
Yeah. So all right, well, thank you for joining. Yeah, man.
Yeah, and
we will see you in December.
Yeah, thank you for the calling and for all your for putting this together. It was really fun, and thank you for all the participants. Shout out to everyone who played today. Good showing from everyone. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and congratulations again on second place.
All right, bye-bye.
All right, now Surabu will be joining us next.
Surabu on the line here, as they say. Maybe they don't say that.
Well, as they say back in the 1970s, we'll get them on the line. We're having a conference call. We got a phone in the middle of a table, and we're dialing numbers, spinning rotary wheels.
Yeah.
Hello.
All of those things. Surabu, hello.
Hi.
Now.
Hello, Surabu.
Good evening.
Good evening. Second place one time, first place the next time.
The little guys all grown up, just like you said.
That's right. The little boys all grown up.
Yep.
I never know if the people who are playing are watching the stream too, so that's cool. Good.
Yep. Yeah, I try. So it's a huge distraction for me. So I do have to mute it on occasion and really focus. My roommate came downstairs and he's poking around and eating food, and I'm like, oh my gosh, this is so distracting. I'm just trying to focus. So just little things like that when you're trying to scroll through your 500 trust stones. You're like, where is this?
Yeah, no kidding. So yeah, you had a very strong showing from. I think you played the same team basically for the whole tournament, right?
Yeah, I did. I just moved some stuff around, initial placements. During the breaks or like when the match was off, I was like thinking about what I wanted to resist as far as like espers and trust stones went. So I just was moving those around the whole time.
Okay, so if you could shed a little light on that, so what did you want to resist?
Well, like going in, I'm like, oh my gosh, the biggest threats are dark and light. So I need to have like Demon Wall on Leela with the light and dark resist nodes. Raph's got to have Great Demon with light resist and defense, and Sephiroth's got to have the dark earth and light res. Some of the main threats. And yeah, once I realized that people weren't really doing like status effects too much in those initial matches,
that's true. Huh?
I just went full on like elemental resists. And that way I was like able to be safe from like 4 different elements and then HP, percent, and luck on that other trust stone.
Yep.
See, yeah, other than like a few silences, I don't think we saw anything.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. Go ahead.
Miranda had the ability. She wanted to put that Stern to sleep in that earlier match.
Yep.
But it just didn't take for her. And even my Leela was pretty ineffective. I don't know if you guys noticed, but like she didn't land a clutch silence that got me, the win. It was like she's like too slow. She's just like goofing off in the corner.
We talked about that a lot on stream. Yeah. Like Leela was basically, she tanked effectively because she was so far away from everybody because she's had one turn the whole fight.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
She's just a stump there hanging out.
Hey.
She's a late game player.
Yeah.
She's yet to grow all the way up.
Yep. She's still learning.
Oh man. Still though, way to stick to your guns though. Like I like to see somebody say, like, people will show their like, yeah, we ask like, what's your favorite player? What picture do you want us to use? And people will be like, my favorite unit is Jaden, and I want you to show a picture of Wingstern, and then I'm gonna run Earth all day. Yeah. It's like, okay. And so I like to see somebody be like, nope, this is my favorite unit. I'm gonna force it. And again, like Roth's not that hard to force, I guess, but still just ride that horse as long as you can. And now you're going to the finals. So you got a chance to come back in December and earn that big prize.
Yeah. Really excited. Did not expect to get this far with this team either.
Yeah, congratulations. So were there any surprises that you had? Were you fought against Aerith, right?
Yep. So actually the first big surprise was my first match. It wasn't televised. And it was against, I think, Ilya or Ilyana. Great player.
Okay, I know that player, yeah.
Great initial placements, great buff orders. Actually, I got pretty smoked in the first match we played. It was like a very decisive loss that I suffered. It was Valentine, Miranda, Engelbert, and Wingstern, I think. And yeah, even though I had the dark and light res going in, it just wasn't enough. And Engelbert, ate up all Sephiroth's AP, and then Miranda came in, did some AoEs, Stern followed up, and that little extra life speed boost thing he does, and the limit break, and it was a wrap. Like I was like, oh man, I'm just gonna lose the first one. But then I changed some things around. I think they ran a different team. Even though that I got kind of smushed like a bug, they switched up their team, and I ended up beating them with that new team. I think they did Earth, and then they switched back to their light, and I had even more dark and light res from the setup from the previous match, and I just kept it. And I changed my initial placement, so Sephiroth and Raph got up in their face really quickly, and they weren't able to set up as well.
That's kind of what we noticed as like the big difference between your first match against Hiso and the later matches was it seemed better for you if Raph and Sephiroth could start going to work early.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this map is a lot like the quick pick map right now, where it's just your initial placement and that coin flip is who determines the win or loss, and there's only so many micro adjustments you can make within that like one buff you might get to change the course of battle. So there's definitely quite a bit of like luck and just kind of perseverance, I would say. The fact that I'd never changed my team was like was a constant. Like other people did, and then they would lose, and I think it would throw them off. And that actually happened to me the tournament I did last time. I was cycling through teams, and I changed my team even after I won, and I lost, and it really threw off my whole chi. Like I would just I blanked out after that. I was like, I don't know what to do.
But I wonder, like, did you have other teams prepared for today, or just this team?
So I did. I had a Sorrow, Yuffie, and Mish team.
Oh, we didn't see fire.
I was ready to throw some toads out if like ice, if I was gonna see like ice howlet or whatever. If I was gonna see more water, I have like an arena team with lightning, and I was just gonna like just slap slime in there and call it like if it came down to it. It like wasn't really it wasn't set up like fully prepared, but it's something I could probably squeeze out in just a couple minutes between matches.
Nice. Okay, that Aerith team that you fought, did you get a feeling that was just let's see, because that was against Shadow. Did you get a feeling that Shadow was just like, I can't beat your dark team no matter what, so I'm just gonna play Aerith for fun?
No, I think again, you mentioned this on the stream, I think, where we just saw Bradley come out and he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna go wind," and I saw the wind in the party formation, and I'm like, "Well, wait a sec, he's got Glaciella." I was like, "Well, that means I can probably afford to like get 2 buffs off, and I can just start all my units in the corner." And Dark really, I haven't struggled too much with wind, especially in limited cost with Dark, so I was like very confident going into that everything was gonna be all right. And then I remember previous match he had like a really strong Edward and Perrine. So that was my big worry, was that he was going to bring those out and Ed was going to come up and like break my Ceph's barrier and Perrine was going to follow up and just explode everybody. So I'm just kind of fortunate that he didn't bust that out on me and he went
That's what we thought was gonna happen, and then it was Aerith.
yeah, and I'm like, okay, this could get crazy, you know. Aerith can throw a haste on and then a quicken, and again with the initial.
Well, she did have a pretty good quicken in there.
Yep, and the uni too, like it must have been like a bow tie uni with like 10,000 evade, like everybody's missing the uni.
What the heck was that? Yeah.
But that's an example of just how initial placement can be so decisive in this map, where if Preens and Aerith are in no man's land, even if you're like hasting and quickening them, what I found is you really need to have a unit start in the middle, unless you're like really confident in your initial turn order that you guys can get your your first buffs off, and then you can coast down the map kind of as a unit. Because once like people get separated and it's not like a tank like Balo sponging damage, or like baiting out buffs, then you're just gonna lose one unit and then another unit and then your other unit.
Yeah. Well, and unfortunately, I think what happened to Shadow both times was, well, I guess fortunately for you, but unfortunately for him, is both times he ran a unit that tends to be very okay standing in a corner.
Yeah.
And Leela and Aerith both stood in that same corner.
Yeah.
And maybe Aerith did have a couple quickens in the bag, but the only one she did just sent Perrine so far away from her that there's no, and the fight was all the way over on Uni's side.
Yep.
So yeah. Yep.
The other
yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
No, you're good.
The other thing with placements and this particular map is that little hill on the middle is like height 2.
Mhm.
And you were mentioning that like, oh, Sephiroth can't jump over that, and neither can little Leela. but Raph with her jump passive can just cruise over that thing, and like nobody's business. Like she's just ready to go to town. And I thought over and over about removing Raph because mine's not reincarnated, and using like Fina more, or even Dwayne. But I'm glad I stuck with Raph because of that ability to just traverse over that height, and then if the enemy's there, they're just ready to spend all their AP on Raph as she sponges it up, because that's her job.
Yeah, and I feel like it's something I mention sometimes. It's like I'm like when I'm talking about a new unit, a lot of units like Dwayne has the jump passive from Dragoon.
Yep.
And then Raph has her jump passive. You never need it until it is like a map that demands you have it. And this was definitely one of those. And you would see Sephiroth get stuck. He would just go to that wall. And then I think it was maybe in one of your matches you were fighting against a Valade, and the Valade was perfectly safe a mile away from Sephiroth, and then he ran up to the wall. It's like, oh my gosh,
he's ready to catch a straight punch.
Yeah, he was. And so sometimes the AI will be the AI.
Yeah.
Yep. All right.
Indeed. Well, I don't want to cut you off here, but I would like to give you an opportunity to give a shout out, any last mentions, or anything else that you would like to say before we close out our interview today.
Special shout out to Lucavi Guild. It's been my home for a long time, and definitely if you like the PvP tournaments and you want to see them continue, make sure to register and to get involved, get in the Discord, let Square Enix know that we're into this and we want it to continue.
Yeah, appreciate that.
Yeah.
All right.
Indeed. Well, congratulations again on your win. It was well fought and well earned.
Definitely.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, pleasure. Thanks you guys for hosting again.
Yep. And
Indeed.
See you in February. Or not.
Indeed.
Oh my gosh.
Or December.
February.
Yeah, whenever.
Yeah, whatever the finals are. I got it written down.
All right. Well, congratulations again. Everybody in chat, give a congratulations out to our first place winner, Surabu. And thank you very much for taking the time to do the interview with us.
Yep. Cheers, guys. Have a great night.
Cheers.
Thank you. Cheers. All right, back to Zoomland.
Okay.
Back to reality.
Yeah.
See ya.
Bye.
Okay, I'm back in Zoomland.
Cool. Very nice interviews. It's always interesting to see the amount of work that goes into that. Like he said, he was scrolling through trust zones, just trying to find any little advantage that he can get. And it's honestly, every single little change that you can do in auto can really, it has like a butterfly effect.
It does because like if you get that, like think about somebody like Dark Fina. Yeah, I think one of the theories behind people using Dark Fina today was like she's going to give a resist buff to my group. But what we see her do a lot today? Oh, there's somebody in front of me. I'm going to run at them and try to kill them, and then she's dead.
Yep.
And instead of your whole group being more resistant to the enemy, you are in a 2v3. So, absolutely.
Yep. All right. Yep. So let's go through a few things here before we close out today. A look at that. So first up, we have the milestone campaign rewards here. So this is going to be based on the number of viewers that we have on the VODs. We'll tally them up and the rewards will be sent out on the 15th of September. The views are going to be counted up for the next 10 days until August 29th. So be sure to view the VOD, leave a comment if you would like or anything like that. We go back. Well, I go back and I read all the comments on them. But we've got 8,000 views, 10,000 views, 13,000 views for the rewards there on the screen. So please check out those videos. Give a like and a thumbs up. Next up here, we've got the predictions. So let's roll it back here.
Okay.
So we've got we have the stats. You want to go over the stats?
Yeah, I mean, do we have them are they in the Discord right now?
Yes, they are.
I'm looking for them. Okay.
Just
scroll tournament assist. Okay, here we go. Scroll up a little bit. You want me to do it? I'd love to.
Yes, if you could, please.
Okay, your number one picked unit. It's actually a tie. So I guess you could put these in either 1 or 2, right? Would be Little Leela, regular Little Leela, and Sephiroth. So 1, 2, Little Leela, Sephiroth. Or Sephiroth, Little Leela, depending on how you want to write that, right? So Justin, you had that. You had that correct. You had that perfect. I think I had Sephiroth in there at least, but okay, I did have Sephiroth. Now, number 2, basically the rest of your top 5 looks like this: Roth, King Bradley, Balo. So there's your top 5: Leela, Sephiroth, Roth, King Bradley, Balo. But Roth, King Bradley, Balo were both a 7.4% pick rate, 8 picks. And then Leela and Sephiroth were both a 10% pick rate. They're picked 11 times each during the stream. So 11% of the units that you saw today were Little Leela and Sephiroth. 7.5% of the units you saw today. Honorable mention, though. Honorable mention. 6 picks for Miranda, Sweetheart, and Engelbert. 5 picks for Valade. And 4 picks for Bartz and Preed. So your Bartz tried to sneak into that top 5. He really did. Like, you were on to something with the Bartz there.
Well, he was free, 100 cost in a light unit. So.
Yeah.
But I know people had access to like stats on Discord and stuff like that. We did not have any information except just.
Yeah, well, they asked us like a week and a half ago. So what do you think? I was like, I think this. I just thought of good
so
units.
we just had, our whatever ideas that we had on that. No information. So let's take a look here. I got 3, and I think you also got 3. No, you only got 2.
I got 2. You only got 2. What 3 did you get? Oh, you had Bradley as well.
Bartz is on there.
No, Bartz is not top 5.
Yeah, he is. He's right there with Perrine.
No. There's no. Justin, he's in 10th place. It goes Leela, Sephiroth, Roth, Bradley, Balo.
No.
No.
That's not how that works.
You're not reading this right. I'm right. I'm right.
No. Either way, I had 3, you had 2. But we got some confirmation here from the team that everybody that entered, filled out the form, they will be getting 100 scrolls of this. So regardless of your pick or your 3rd place pick, you're going to be getting the scrolls anyway, as long as you filled out the form. If you happen to get all 5 correct, you will receive the additional 200 as well. So that was not actually planned. I know a lot of times there's always like, oh, can we get producer's power or something? I think in hindsight here,
that was hard.
Didn't quite work out exactly how we expected. So
yeah.
Everybody that filled out the form will get the 100 scroll.
The people behind the scenes worked hard to make that happen.
Yes.
So thank you to them. That was good.
Yes, indeed. All right, a couple more things here to cover before we end it out this evening. Let's take a look here. So roll through here. We've got mention the viewer rewards. We've got the Discord, so please join the Discord. Yes. Scan the QR code on your screen here. 5,000 members, we get 3 Visogenic Antlers for UR times 3. Other rewards have already been sent out, so please go ahead and get in there. And there's a lot of PvP discussion that goes on in there in the channels, people sparring with each other, discussing that sort of thing. So get in there and join some like-minded individuals. Next up, we have the Auronnj's Auto Battle PvP Consultation. That is you.
Next week.
Yes, that's going to be coming up next week. You'll be able to fill out the form down below in the descriptions of whatever channel you're watching on. So go down there, click on that, fill out the form. You can be one of 5 people that are selected to be part of the consultation live on the stream. Also join the Discord when this is going on. You can have your chat question, whatever, read during the live stream by Auronnj. He's going to be answering questions, that sort of thing.
I'm not handpicking the 5 people, by the way. It is a random, like the people who judge the tournaments, I believe, are just randomly selecting 5. So it's not going to be Auronnj and his 5 best friends rigging the picks. So, yeah,
indeed. Thank you for clarifying that.
No problem.
So yeah, I think that's actually going to do it today for our live stream. So thank you everybody that tuned in to the War of the Visions Final Fantasy Brave Exvius Championship 2023, the Wezette Cup. Yeah. It was a very action-packed and high-energy stream that we had today with a lot of PvP action. I really love the auto battle tournaments. They they move quickly. It's always, it's quick, it's fast paced.
I love it.
But any final thoughts? Anything that you wanted to highlight from the stream today, Auronnj?
No, I thought it was great. Good insight from the winners. I'm just hey, like, I want to just shout out what Cerebu said. I think it was at the end where he said, "Hey, if this is something you like, make sure to join the Discord, because those big numbers, like, I know those goals seem high, like 5,000 people in a Discord. That's a big Discord, but this is the kind of thing you take to the, I don't work at Square Enix, so when I see something like that, that's me being like, look, this is something players want, and if you guys like it, joining the Discord, being active in there, watching the streams, this all help support these existing. So, and I love doing them, so I just want them to exist for that reason. So yeah,
indeed. Speaking of existing, we have the Ovis Cup coming up here next month.
It exists.
The signups for that are available right now, so please head to the Discord, follow the links, go to the right channel, and sign up for the manual battle tournament, which will be happening in the European region. We would love to get as many people in there that we possibly can.
Am I still in Kung Fu mode? That'd be kind of cool.
I think you probably are.
Awesome.
That was very random. I don't know what happened that. I get maybe Zeus, not to be confused with other Zeus. I wanted to zap my computer here. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, there we go.
But yeah. So thank you everybody for tuning in today. It was very fun having you all around. Shout out to the Square Enix Square Enix YouTube. This is the first time that we were live over on Square Enix
that's right.
YouTube page. So shout out to everybody there. Yes, thank you very, very much, everybody, for tuning in today. We will see you as part of the Ovis Cup. That's it for us today. Thank you for watching, everybody. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.